I'd like to call to order the August 10th or 9th, 2017 meeting of the Department of Toxic Substances Control Independent Review Panel. We're here at the Byron Chair Room at the Cal EPA building in Sacramento. We have an agenda before us, which we're about to get into. But before we start, let's please stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So if we could, I'll just start our introductions. I'm Mike Vizier. I'm the vice chair. Our chair, Gideon Krakoff, couldn't make it today, and so I'll be running the meeting. I was appointed by the governor to this panel as a local government expert. I live in San Diego County.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Arezou Campbell. I am an associate professor at Western University of Health Sciences. I'm the panel member with scientific expertise, and I was appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly.
My name is Matthew Goldman. I'm a Deputy Attorney General, and I provide legal counsel to the panel.
Good morning. I'm Larry Rolfes, the IRP's program analyst.
Good morning. My name is Mike Singh. I'm an office technician for the panel. Thanks.
Okay, we did not receive any requests for Spanish translation, so we didn't have a translator here today. Restrooms are out the back door and to the left, and then turn right when you go around the corner. Exits are labeled. Just follow the signage. There's a general comment period, agenda item 6, for the public as well as periods after each agenda item. If you wish to make a comment on one of these agenda items, please fill out a comment card. These can be found in the back of the room. Once you fill them out, please give them to Mike Singh. And this meeting is also being webcast on Cal EPA webcast. Members of the public watching the IRP meeting via webcast can also submit comments on each agenda item by sending their comments to dtscpublicmeeting@dtsc.ca.gov. So we've already received 6 public, maybe as many as 8, and I think almost all of them are on Morgan Hills, but we'll get to that when we get to the agenda item number 6. So the agenda review, we do have a closed session today. I don't think it'll be more than 5 or 10 minutes, but I'd like to move that to right after agenda item number 9, because I'd like Andrew Collada to participate in the closed session, and he'll be given, he's in number 9, so he'll be here, so that'll be efficient for his time. We can let everybody else go to lunch and then break for lunch as soon the panel as soon as we're done with the closed session. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds fine to me.
Any other recommended changes to the agenda? Any public comment on that, Mike?
No.
Okay. Then I did say, Larry suggested that what's on there in agenda item 10, we're going to get a presentation from DTSC on a Lean Six Sigma process to improve their safe consumer products program. And then on agenda item 11, we did a self-assessment survey of the IRP's performance, and we'll include that under agenda item 11. The minutes of the June 14th meeting. Have you reviewed them?
Yes.
And I have too. My only comment is I think we need to pay careful attention later today in agenda item 1112 to the last page, because we talk about what we're going to talk about today there, so that we do cover those. But do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I seconded.
And all-
I noticed one tiny mistake I think I made on page 11, where I referred to, there was one of the speakers talked about a petition to add BPA and canned food and beverages to the priority products list. And the minutes, I said it was Change that submitted the petition, but I think it was the Center for Environmental Health, actually, that submitted the petition. So the speaker was Catherine Alcantar, and she was representing Change in her presentation, but she's as I understand it, she's employed by the Center for Environmental Health, and it was the center that submitted the petition. So
Then I'd like to change the motion to, after that edit, that we approve the minutes of the meeting.
That sounds fine to me.
All in favor? Aye, yeah. I did talk to my wife about it. She says, it sounds almost illegal when motion it, second it, but it says, no, it's a quorum.
It's a quorum.
But, so the general public comment period. Now, we've got 6 so far. Mike, I think you might have a 2, is that correct?
Altogether, I have 4.
4.
Yeah.
So we've got 10 public comments. So let me get my order correct. So I think I'd like to begin, and if I got this wrong, with David Gerard. So please, sir. And because of the effort you put in, I'm going to, normally we limit you to 5 minutes, but I'm going to go ahead and give you some leeway there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for giving the additional time. I'm Dr. David Gerard from Morgan Hill. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to present a short piece of information to you this morning. And I want to point out, first of all, that I am speaking in my role as a 24-year resident of Morgan Hill and not as a member of the Morgan Hill Unified School Board, of which I am a member. My comments in no way reflect the views or policies of the school district, nor of any other board members. So to start out, in Morgan Hill, in my opinion, we are facing a potentially dangerous situation where we need the Department of Toxic Substance Control to act with a greater degree of independence from the school construction plans of the Morgan Hill Unified School District, which is attempting to build a K-5 elementary school on former farmland heavily laced with the toxic pesticide dieldrin. The district, in its recently submitted removal action work plan, has proposed excavating about 26,595 tons, that's 19,700 cubic yards, of toxic soil, and hauling it through our school district to a nearby landfill overlooking heavily traveled Highway 101. The proposed school site is less than 2 miles from both an active earthquake fault and the largest dam in Santa Clara County, which is Anderson Dam. The school will be located in the middle of an existing neighborhood, which in the majority does not want this school to be built. One of the key problems is that dieldrin, which is here in concentrations up to 2,000% above what the EPA uses as a safety screening level, easily attaches itself to soil and can be blown about by winds, and we have a very windy climate. Exposure to dieldrin is associated with everything from convulsions to Parkinson's disease. I was disturbed that the staff of DTSC seemed to be minimizing the risk with their toxicologist, Dr. Mithrani, saying at a July 27 Morgan Hill public meeting that it is only, quote, slightly contaminated, end quote. This flies in the face of the most recent research on the risks posed by dieldrin by the esteemed Dutch toxicologist Henk Tennekes in the Journal of Environmental and Analytical Toxicology in 2016, in which he argues that the risk threshold for dieldrin used by regulatory agencies like EPA or DTSC seriously underestimate the health risk and that this toxin must be totally removed. The DTSC plan is to simply remove enough soil to meet the long-standing EPA guideline of 0.034 milligrams over kilograms. In fact, large amounts of dieldrin would remain on the school site after the intended remediation plan, and with several large grassy playground areas, children will be exposed to this toxin even though they'll be covered landfill. They'll be exposed to this toxin on a daily basis. Research indicates that dieldrin can be transported via earthworms, who ingest it and later expel it when they come to the soil surface from their burrows, which exist as much as 6 feet deep underground. My colleague Gino Borgioli will also discuss in some detail another very critical pathway for dieldrin to get exposure. We were shocked when DTSC declined to ask the school district to thoroughly retest the soil of the entire site following our very heavy February inundations, which led to floods just 2 blocks away in Coyote Creek, which instantly closed off northbound 101 and Morgan Hill, just 1/2 mile away from the proposed school site. The DTSC project manager permitted the district's consultant to retest only 9% of the total site, and no testing at all was done after the heavy February floods. Furthermore, the DTSC allowed the replacement consultant, Cleary, to rely and to utilize all of the data that was developed by the prior consultant, McCloskey Consultants, without any question. And I also want to point out that I have a number of links here that show, for example, the inundation and flooding that occurred in this area in Morgan Hill in February. And since Anderson Dam, which overlooks the school site, will not be seismically retrofitted until 2024, the possibility, however remote, of a natural disaster that could trap 600 school children and their teachers is too painful to contemplate. And I've also attached some studies from the Santa Clara Valley Water District that show exactly what we're talking about, namely that instead of the previously forecast 2-hour window, which is in the MND, for students to evacuate the New Borello School, the latest research from the Valley Water District suggests that because of the school's proximity to Anderson Dam, floodwaters would begin entering the school within 5 minutes of the dam's failure and likely liquefaction. Regrettably, the June 30, 2017 draft CEQA MND was based on the obsolete inundation studies that were done in 2014 and were not updated with the December 9, 2016 Santa Clara Valley Water District revised Anderson Dam retrofit plan. Therefore, because of 1, the latest toxicology research that questions the validity of the current screening level for dieldrin, 2, the inadequacy of recent soil testing at the proposed school site, which thus minimized potential health and safety risks that the RAW will not address, 3, the poor overall quality of the removal action work plan and the CEQA's mitigated negative declaration, 4, the near-term and long-term flood inundation risks brought by the proposed school's proximity to an active earthquake fault and a seismically unfit dam, and 5, the strong neighborhood opposition to the construction of this school based on legitimate health and safety concerns. And I have a YouTube video that has the entire June 27th special meeting of the Morgan Hill School District. Therefore, I urge the independent review panel to exercise its influence to encourage DTSC to suspend or deny approval of the proposed removal action work plan and the mitigated negative declaration for the Morgan Hill School property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, Dr. Campbell? Do you want to hold them to the end?
Not at this point. No.
Okay. Then the next speaker, next public comment will be Gino Borgioli.
Thank you. My name is Gino Borgioli, and I'm here as a 30-year resident of, over a 30-year resident of Morgan Hill as a private citizen. I would like to talk specifically to a document, and it's pesticides in the air that I have attached. And DTSC could not, for over 16 months, answer the question why dieldrin came back in ferocity of over 2,000% in 2014, because it was remediated in 2005 and approved and certified by DTSC. At the June 27th meeting, I think it was Jose Salcido, indicated that, well, there must have been continued farming of the land, and that's why Dieldrin is in the land. And I'm going to dispel that. And here's why. In 2004, all the trees, the apricot and cherry trees that Dieldrin was used, Dieldrin is injected into the trees to prevent termites, was removed and burned. So the only farming that they can do is some type of crops. Dieldrin is not used for crops. Dieldrin is used as termite deterrent. The document that I was talking about, Pesticides in the Air, it's 88 pages. This absolutely gives you the reason why Dieldrin came back. I'm going to just read a small synopsis from that 88 page, and it says, however, moisture content of the soil can offset the effect of sorption on volatilization by enhancing pesticides volatility in moist soils compared to these soils when dry. Just note that we had excessive rains in February. Because water will compete for sorption sites. Often the observation is that when pesticides are applied to soil surfaces, pesticides flux remains high until the surface dries. Flux will then be influenced by the sorption, and when the surface residues become depleted, diffusion of pesticides from within the soil penetrated by the spray then becomes important. In this regard, depth of soil incorporation might also be considered factor influencing the volatilization and movement through the soil to the surface is accomplished by diffusion through soil vapor spaces and through moisture. And this process is called wicking, and it moves through the capillaries within this system. This 88-page document spells it out in detail, Dr. Campbell. I think you would be very interested to read that in depth. This is the answer. Dieldrin is not used on crops, it's used on tree farming. And so for Mr. Salcedo to see, well, it could have been because of farming is totally incorrect. And at the July 27th meeting, the mandatory DTS meeting, the toxologist Mathrani also indicated in open session, it's on record, don't worry about Dieldrin. It's not going to affect the community. On DTSC's site, the Agency for Toxic Substance and Disease Registry, there's a document that spells out Dieldrin and the dangers of Dieldrin. Exposure to Dieldrin occurs when you drink water, breathe air, or come in contact with contaminated soil. Exposure to moderate levels of Dieldrin for a long time causes headache, dizziness, irritability, vomiting, and uncontrolled muscle movement. It is very, very sensitive to children. And based on studies in animals, the EPA has determined that Dieldrin are probable human carcinogens. Children coming in contact with Dieldrin is very, very dangerous because of their age level. So that's a document that's actually on the site. So now I'm going to also talk to the air monitoring. This is an area of my expertise. I have 27 years experience with various equipment with IBM, 10 of those years specifically in measurement and testing. And the RAW calls out 3 to 4 units to monitor air in a 9-acre parcel. I really thought that was very unusual. And so what I did was I called Thermo Fisher and I asked the experts, the manufacturer, and they indicated to me that on 1 acre, you need 9 of these units. And here's the reason why. It's only a 1-inch chamber that this monitoring unit has, and it's a plus or minus 5% accuracy. And so in order to accurately measure the ambient air, you need 9 of these on an acre. And what they're calling out is 1 unit at the upwind, 1 unit at the downwind. They're going to be working on 2 acres at a time. An acre is 43,560 square feet. 2 acres is 87. The unit is going to be another acre in the upwind and downwind. So you're going to try and measure ambient air of a toxin or neurotoxin dieldrin with only a 1-inch chamber. The PDR 1500 is not even listed on the CARB site as a preferred unit. All of the CARB sites list units that have air chamber widths of from 3 feet to 9 feet. Only one is as low as 2.5 inches. So this unit is absolutely not going to protect the community from the possible dieldrin effects that will be going on during the remediation. So based on this document and the facts that it says that the wicking effects is the real reason why dieldrin is still in the land, off-hauling is absolutely not the way to go, because you're only going to off-haul until the 0.034 mg over kg. That means dieldrin is still down there. This is why dieldrin came back over 2,000% from 2005 to 2014. So if we're going to do off-hauling, dieldrin is still going to come back down there. If a school is built, 56% of the land is going to be grassy field. Kids are going to be playing on it. 3 to 5 years, dieldrin is going to wick back up again, and we're going to expose our kids to a very serious toxin. The only solution, a safe solution to protect the community and to protect our kids is bioremediation or phytoremediation, or a combination of thereof. I'm not sure how many minutes I have, but there's one other area I'd like, especially for Dr. Campbell. It's the SOP, the Standard Operating Procedure, the Mil-Spec 016 pertaining to the PM10 methodology. Can I just make a couple of points on that before I close?
Sure, go ahead.
So there's no mention in the RAW of the SEQA of monitor detection drift as outlined in the CARB. This is a standard operating procedure for quality control. There's no mention in the RAW or SEQA of replicate sampling, which serves to measure the precision of the analysis. There's no mention in the RAW or SEQA of the duplicate sampling, which is a process of 10% samples are analyzed to indicate reproducibility of the analysis. And more important, is to monitor conditions like instrument drift. Again, looking at the plus and minus accuracy of that unit. There's no mention in the RAW of changing of the filters of the PDR 1500. And the SOP calls out the wearing of gloves that are powder-free, and there's no mention of that in the RAW. There's no mention of it that when you take out the filter and there's insects, you have to actually remove the insects with these gloves with Teflon tweezers and then determine the validation or invalidation of the filter to go forward. And with that, I do have others pertaining to the seeker, but I think you get the message. There's no alternative except bioremediation to protect our children and to protect this community. Esteemed members of the board, I thank you for this time. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer anything online or offline. Thank you so much.
One quick question. The extract you read from this report, can you give us a page number? Or? Yes,
it's in the introduction 1 through 3, pages 1 through 3. So if you go into the 88-page document, the title is Introduction, page 1 to 3, and I read you the second paragraph, starting from the second paragraph.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your time.
And our next speaker is Melissa Hartley. I got to put my glasses on.
My name is Melissa Hartley. I am just a mom trying to protect her family, neighbors, and community. On June 20th, the Morgan Hill Unified School District voted to approve moving forward with the building of a school on extremely toxic land by a vote of 4-3. Those that voted no were the ones that have actually read all the documents pertaining to this project. Is that a coincidence? Those that voted for the project have not, in fact, read the data. One trustee informed me that he just didn't have the time. I live 3 blocks away from the proposed Borrello school site in Morgan Hill. I am here representing my community who could not take the long trip here today. When I first learned about the school, that the school district was proposing a school at this location and how contaminated it was, I did what I always do, research. I wanted to know everything I could about the Borrello property that is being donated to the district, the toxin dieldrin, what effects it has on health, what dig and haul entailed. Me and a group of neighbors began to discuss the project. After sharing our concerns, we decided to go door to door in our community and ask people what they thought about the project. There was a solid no consensus. You see, we live in an area that is consistent of young families and retirees. Of the young families, many send their children to private schools or schools closer to their jobs in the Silicon Valley. Morgan Hill is what you would call a commuter city. We even started an online petition and passed out 1,000 flyers to our community informing them of the vote and the dangers with the district's plan of remediation. I then went to the DTS government website and began looking through the mission statements and the overview of how they evaluate and clean up school sites. I had hope when I read this, but now that I have been involved in educating myself for the past year, I can tell you from what I have seen so far is the complete opposite of the statement put forward by the DTSC, especially with this group that has been assigned to oversee this particular project. There are so many holes, procedural inaccuracies, lack of knowledge and answer to our questions that cannot go ignored any longer. Trust me, we have tried to get straight answers from DTSC on this project and have received very little to none at all. I have been reading every single document that has come out, the PEA, the RAW, the CEQA, on top of getting my hands on any and every single piece of scientific literature I can about the toxin dieldrin. I have spent countless hours doing my due diligence to understand every aspect of this project because my health, my family's health, my neighbors mean that much to me. I have spoken with soil scientists, bioremediation, phytoremediation experts, environmental lawyers, doctors, MIT scientists, and they all remain steadfast in their knowledge that the dig and off-hauling of this amount of dirt in a heavily populated area is too high of a risk to take, especially with the end result being to put our most vulnerable on a piece of land that no one can guarantee 100% clean. I have even reached out to the activists leading the Exide charge, who also relay the inaccuracies in DTSC involvement to date. Based off my research, dieldrin, according to the Agency for Toxic Substance and Disease Registry, quote, dieldrin in soil or water breaks down, degrades very slowly. Dieldrin sticks to soil and may stay there unchanged for many years. Water does not easily wash dieldrin off soil. Dieldrin does not dissolve in water very well and is therefore not found in water at high concentrations. Most dieldrin in the environment attach to soil and to sediments at the bottom of lakes, ponds, and streams. Dieldrin can travel large distances by attaching to dust particles, which can be transported great distances by the wind. Dieldrin can evaporate slowly from surface water or soil. In the air, dieldrin changes to photodieldrin within a few days. Plants can take up dieldrin from the soil, store it in their leaves and roots. Fish or animals that eat dieldrin-contaminated materials store a large amount of dieldrin in their fat. Animals or fish that eat other animals have levels of dieldrin in their fat many times higher than animals or fish that eat plants. Some, but not all, holes in the raw are as follows. DTSC already gave their sign-off back in 2005 that the land had been 100% remediated, and current tests say the dieldrin level is 2,000% EPA threshold. Of course, they will say that this parcel of land can be remediated again, but can we really believe them? DTSC still cannot explain why after they gave the sign off to the land being remediated back in 2005 came back 20 times higher. But from research and speaking with the community, we can point to two outcomes. And it's mostly what Mr. Gerard and Mr. Borgioli pointed to. So the earthworm studies of earthworms with an amount projected at 250,000 to up to 1 million per acre. And we're talking about a 9-acre parcel. We also have the wax and wane period of rain in this past year, especially February, where Anderson Dam was flooded, and it actually ended up, they had to drain all the water out of it, and it flooded most of San Jose. There is a 3-mile-per-hour stop work indicated on the raw. This is laughable at best. Morgan Hill is windy, period. If you were to look it up on the weather station information, you would see that wind in Morgan Hill is anywhere from 9 to 16 miles per hour on average. It would be absolutely impossible to do dig and haul in our city without affecting the community, driving it through the community on a major freeway, Highway 101, to a landfill 4 miles up the road that is upwind from our community. We will essentially be making this everybody's problem, not just ours. The stockpiles. DTSC did not and still has not provided the size of stockpiles. In their own words, the stockpiles are huge. They also were unclear about the actual testing that would be performed on the stockpiles and would only be performing these so-called tests on the first few stockpiles, with results not being reported back for 2 weeks. Work would still continue, so how would that be protecting the community? The lack of notification from DTSC in the district when the land was recently mowed during one of the windiest days of the summer with no air monitors on site, fencing, or testing. DTSC is not demanding that the school do more testing since the heavy rains we just experienced this last winter on the parts of the land that have the highest contamination levels and where the school's plans on putting athletic fields in grassy areas. Only 11% of the land has been retested, and none of those new samples were in the areas that contain the highest levels of contamination. Project manager from DTSC, Milan Song, stated at the July 27th community meeting that they were essentially meeting the district's demands of doing dig and haul because the district was on a time crunch, when clearly, according to the district's own data presented to the community at the Chamber of Commerce meeting, that we are actually in a flat to declining enrollment for the next 10 years. Is DTSC trying to protect the community, or are they protecting their vested interest? Who is giving direction here? I am just a mom, as I stated earlier, but now I am just a mom who knows way more about Dieldrin than anyone should really know or have to know. But it's a good thing I do, because I'm able to answer a lot more than DTSC has. DTSC came to the community meeting on July 27th unprepared. The community knew more about the raw, the air monitors, the other types of remediation, the risks involved with this toxin. If anyone should be advising the community, it should be the community at this point. I am disappointed, and while the mission statement sounds promising, it is sadly inaccurate with this team in charge of this project. The community would love to have a new school, but not at the cost of our health. We are recommending that DTSC either back out of the project and deem this project too unsafe, or to use its knowledge to insist on bioremediation or phytoremediation. That will not only cost the district and taxpayers less, but will have very little impact on the health of the community, as well as get rid of the toxin for good, not just for a few years. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Donna Rubish from Morgan Hill Unified School District, Board of Education.
Thank you very much. You're going to know more about more of us from Morgan Hill than you had previously, that's for sure. My name is Donna Rebush. I'm a 43-year resident of Morgan Hill. I was a teacher in Morgan Hill for 37 years, and my children attended our public schools. I am the one of the elected persons here, and I am the president of the Morgan Hill Unified School Board. I'm here to address before you the testing and mitigation work on the so-called Borrello Pete Road site and some of the conversation around the purview of the DTSC. I understand the purpose and purview of this committee, but I'm here to talk about the work and public access and support we've received from the DTSC to discuss the appreciation of their science and the clear and concise and understandable information that they have provided the Board of Education and our community. In 2003, the elected Board of Education passed a resolution to accept the donation of land and began the siting process, the so-called Borrello property. Since then, we have had 8 election cycles. We are a 7-member board. There have been approximately 56 elected persons who have continued the action and approvals to remediate and prepare this site for a new school. The DTSC and other government agencies have provided us with information that we have been able to use to post both online and in traditional paper form electronically about the process to remediate the land and providing it online in a way that we can have an interactive conversation with our community. We have had this item continually agendized since 2014 when Mr. Borgioli, Mr. Gerard, and myself were elected. And we spend almost every meeting in discussion, and there's opportunity for public comment. Since 2003, we've had numerous meetings, but in most recent times, 2013 was the first CEQA report before the public. We've had 2 public sessions, studies this year. We've had public hearings on the site in September of 2016, and we've had public hearings on the environmental impact report. We've had ongoing and continuous communication with DTSC. We've had a lot of support. They've been online by phone during our meetings. We've had representatives come and spend time with us in the community and at our public meeting. They provided our staff with continuous meeting and helped us work on the best protocols and procedures and what the DTSC expectation is for the kind of work that needs to happen to bring accurate information forward to our public. We've had a public hearing on the CEQA, as I mentioned, and a special board meeting on the RAW. We've done several neighborhood outreaches. We've had, there are 4 homeowners associations within the school boundary area, and we've had public meetings with each of those HOAs. We have incorporated their feedback from the neighborhood and the community into all of our reports and into the design process. We understand that this is not necessarily an issue within your purview, you're not going to be able to vote on the remediation. But at this point, based on the help from the science from the DTSC, and by a majority vote of our current board, of which 2 of the members here were the minority vote, and I was with the majority, we are here to thank DTSC for the information, their resources, and professionalism in helping our community. And we all are concerned with the safety of our children, but we have authorized as a board to move forward with an off-hall remediation, and we just wanted to provide you with a little bit additional information that might go into some of the ongoing conversations within your many different panels within your organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kristen Perez, excuse me.
Good morning. I'm Kirsten Perez, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services for Morgan Hill Unified School District. And as I prepared for today's meeting, I read the purpose of the panels. And so I apologize that some of my comments may not be within your purview, but I think it's just an important background for the panel to have. And as we were making the long drive from Morgan Hill, and if you're not familiar where it's at, you'll probably Google it right now, but just south of San Jose, so it's about a 3-hour drive here. And I was thinking, why am I coming to Sacramento? And really that's because I've always believed in subsidiarity, in thinking that local decisions are best made by those who are aware of what's happening in their community, those that are a part of the community. And our board has taken an exhaustive process, as Trustee Rebush talked about. This started in 2003. We've had numerous boards, numerous meetings at the local level, solicited feedback and comments, and made the decision that it is best to continue to move forward with building a school that will serve our future generations. And so that process not just included working with DTSC, but working with the Division of State Architect, who approves the district's building plans, working with the California Department of Education on the school siting that addresses some of the issues that were brought up today. We've just concluded our public comment period for the CEQA document, and some of the same comments that were brought up today have been brought up to the district. We will respond to those comments as part of our process and respond to those in a timely manner, incorporate any changes that are needed. But again, those are local things that we are doing to solicit community outreach, to solicit from those who are most affected by this, how we can change the plan and how it should be adopted. In reviewing really what is within the scope of the panel, I wanted to just make a comment about the public outreach that DTSC has done. The schools unit, the schools chief, Jose Salcido, our project manager, Milan Songro, have done a great job with helping with public outreach. They've attended 2 special board meetings. They've been available for phone calls. They've corresponded directly with our community members. And in my opinion, the public outreach has been excellent from DTSC. And so I really appreciate their expertise. As we all know, a school site is something that benefits the community for generations. And so I appreciate their outreach in making sure that we have the safest school site for our students. Student safety is our #1 concern from the facilities department. And so it's been great to have DTSC and their expertise to help guide us through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the comments on the public outreach. It's good. And Steve Bitondo?
Bitondo, yes.
Bitondo.
Yes. Thank you. It was a good effort on that. Panel members and staff, good morning. Thank you first of all for this opportunity, but also thank you for what you do in your role on this panel. I understand, I think we all would understand that your professional role is time taken away for this role, and you know, the world is changing. I feel very strongly about environmental issues. I believe that we are guests on this planet and custodians of our environment. I'm proud to be in California, a state that respects that human role. Very important to me personally and professionally. And so I'm also proud to be part of an organization, Morgan Hill Unified School District, and a governance team that determined that a full assessment of the property that we're going to build S.G. Borrello School on for the community, full analysis, assessment, evaluation, and in the decision, I commend them for the more extreme determination to remove the soil rather than any other type of remediation. You heard that the soil was remediated before, and there seemed to be some sort of a rebound, is one word that can describe it, of dieldrin on the soil. And in fact, it was remediated before with bioremediation. So that was not a recommendation that I was going to make to the board. And in the end, the board determined that removal of the soil, even though it was more expensive and involved a lot more, was the way to go. Again, there were other comments I could make, but I feel that Trustee Rebush, who is our president and does represent the district as I do, really filled you in on the details of some of the process that the district has gone through. I'm sure if you know what it takes to get to this point, you'll understand the many hours, countless hours, and consultants that we involved in this process, and we're very confident. Through DTSC's advice and process and procedure, that we are where we need to be with this. And I thank DTSC, and I thank you again for your role.
Thank you. Mike and Larry, I'm going to hold these to 5 minutes, so I'll watch closely. But if you could go ahead and read the other 4 comments I believe we've received.
Yes. So I'm only going to read one, and the other 2 Larry's going to read. The 4th one is related to budget presentation, so I'll read it after agenda item number 9.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so this one is sent by Christina Heidbrand. She states, I want to share the letter that I wrote to DTSC regarding the Borrello property in Morgan Hill that is on the schedule today, and file it with you as our organization's public comment for this meeting. It is long, and you do not need to read out the appendix information, but I would appreciate if you could read at least the first page, which summarizes our public comment. Okay, so this is our attachment to the email. So it's August 7, 2017, Dear Department of Toxic Substance Control. This letter is follow-up to the comments I made at the July 27, 2017 DTSC meeting regarding the Remediation Action Work Plan, RAW, and the August 1st, 2017 Morgan Hill Unified School District Board meeting regarding the California Environmental Quality Act report. A voice of choice advocacy and the community members we represent sincerely object to the building of any school on Borrello property on Pete Road or any other property laden with the toxic chemicals, and specifically objects to the dig and haul remediation proposal outlined in the RAW and the CEQA. We ask that DTSC suspend or deny the approval of RAW for this property until a more thorough investigation is conducted and a plan which is 100% safe for the community of Morgan Hill is developed, which the current recommendations in RAW and CEQA are not. We also ask DTSC to spend the time and adequately research deliberate and issues surrounding this land, rather than rely on community members and advocacy groups to do that work for them, as has been done thus far. The Borrello property on Pete Road should either be left untouched or be remediated via a combination of biothorpediation or bioremediation. This is the best short and long-term interest for the Morgan Hill community, the Morgan Hill Unified School District, and their board, as well that of DTSC. There are so many issues in the current RAW and CEQA documents which raise serious concerns, but 4 of them rise to the top and just on their merit should stop the current RAW. So number 1 is the toxicity of dieldrin levels which found in the soil before and after off-haul, and the long-term health effects to the community and the children who attend the school built on this site. Second one is the removal and the relocation of at least 33,308 tons of dieldrin contaminated soil to the Kirby landfill. Number 3, the flood potential of the Anderson Dam, which will not be systemically retrofitted until 2024. Number 4, the choice of remediation and timing of the project, which seems to be driven by the assertive and unnecessary pressure from the MHUSD superintendent and school board rather than the best interest of the community. Each of these points is analyzed in greater detail in this letter, what the overall poor quality of the raw and CEQA documents, and the July 27, 2017 community meeting with DTSC experts level significant questions unanswered and community lacking in trust that the right thing will be done to ensure the safety of the community's health, both long and short term. Therefore, we request that DTSC do the right thing and not approve the raw, and demand that the soil be tested, to wait until the Anderson Dam is retrofitted and nothing be built on the land until the delinquent has been 100% removed through a combination of through mediation and bioremediation.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from Claudia Cibrian, and it's actually 2 comments that may go longer than 5 minutes, but I'll start in. The first one has to do with the Morgan Hill Borrego School property cleanup and DTSC oversight. Dear members of the IRP, I'm writing to express my concerns over the proposed land cleanup known as the Borrego School property in Morgan Hill, California. I'm a resident of the area near the property and have read through the proposed RAW and have been following this matter since the first survey I received last year from DTSC regarding public concerns over the land and the potential school to be built on this land. I'm unable to attend the IRP meeting and am submitting these comments to be heard by you at the meeting. My biggest concern is the lack of attention that has been placed on the fact that the so-called cleanup will not completely remove the pesticides from the land. I understand the DTSC's standard answer to this is that the pesticides remaining in the soil will be below screening levels. However, I point out that the pesticides were certified by the DTSC back in 2006 as below screening levels, and those levels increased since the remediation in 2006, and pesticides are now present once again in the soil. I have asked the question time and time again to both MHUSD and the DTSC about how it is possible that the soil became contaminated again. I have never received even one single answer until the public comment meeting a couple weeks ago, and I am appalled by the incredulous answer given to the public. Dr. Vivek of the DTSC replied that he is guessing that perhaps the pesticide was reapplied because the fact that it is a banned pesticide only means it cannot be sold. That seems like an outrageous accusation, given that the landowner paid to have the land remediated and knew that a school would be eventually built there, but yet went ahead and reapplied the very same pesticide that was cleaned up, quote, cleaned up. As a resident of the community and a mother with 2 children who would potentially attend this school, this is not a satisfactory answer in the least. The DTSC has a responsibility to investigate or require the landowner to investigate if there are any possible scientific explanations or scenarios which would have caused the pesticides to return at higher levels. The DTSC stated that there will be asphalt, sod, and clean fill soil, but to me that is not a guarantee. It still doesn't get to the root of the question. If there is a scientific explanation or process by which the pesticides came back even higher, then it is DTSC's responsibility to assess whether a different approach must be taken to ensure nothing will rebound. There are certain areas of the site that will not be paved over, and soil will stay behind and be part of the school landscape. If the DTSC does not know and isn't investigating why the dieldrin and chloridane levels increased over the time between the first remediation and the soil sampling done several years ago, how can the DTSC be comfortable knowing that children will play on grass and near this same soil? How can DTSC feel certain that there won't be a reappearance of the OCPs years from now? Why are there no plans for continued monitoring? The RAW describes that the depth of the soil to be excavated will only be required for the higher levels of OCPs, so technically OCPs will still remain throughout the site. Much of the site will only be excavated to a depth of 1 foot, even in areas where dieldrin has been detected up to 4.5 feet. The DTSC should be required to inform the public properly of this fact. People are under the impression that the land will be pesticide-free after this cleanup, but that is not the case. In fact, a recent article about this project in the Morgan Hill Times stated, it will take about 1,600 truckloads over a 9-week span to clean up the site, according to the state's presentation. The remaining soil will also be tested for confirmation that it is pesticide-free before any construction begins. If a journalist, end quote, if a journalist who has been attending every meeting about this project and is supposed to be investigating and reporting on all the facts is under the impression after your presentation that the land will be certified as pesticide-free, then it is not unreasonable to think that regular layperson community has come to the same conclusion. Overall, I was very disappointed in the lack of answers we received from the DTSC representatives at the public meeting on July 27th. It seemed that, in whole, the DTSC was not very well versed on the specifics of the proposed RAW, and it appeared to me as though none of you had read it in careful detail prior to the meeting. I can state this with confidence because I have read the RAW carefully myself, and I knew the answers to some of the questions that the public were asking, but yet the DTSC did not have the answers.
Running into time, Larry. I mean.
That's it?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, in the next one, we've got one more or two more?
I have one more from the same person, so just skip to that.
Yeah, they
Second
will
comment?
be posted on our website, but yeah, if you could skip to that and let's try to, because, try
the
to
other
keep
one?
on
Okay.
schedule here.
Also from the same person, Ms. Cibrian. It says, hello. I also wanted to bring another matter to the attention of the IRP. The attached are my concerns and comments over the adjacent parcel of land for which DTSC is also in process of reviewing the RAW. I submitted my comments to the DTSC during the review period and have yet to hear back on responses to my questions, but yet the landowner has already had trucks driving on and off the property installing fencing. And then here's the attachment. Okay, it also begins, dear members of the IRP, I am writing to express my concerns over the proposed land cleanup known as the Altamira Borrello property in Morgan Hill, California. I am a resident of the area near the property and have read through the proposed RAW and have been following this matter since I received a notice from the DTSC regarding the land and the residential properties to be built on it in the very near future. I am unable to attend the IRP meeting on August 9th, and I'm submitting these comments to be heard by you at the meeting. The focus of my concerns for this portion of the property mostly surround the cleanup procedures detailed in the proposed RAW. I found many flaws in this proposed RAW. I found many more flaws in this proposed RAW than I did in the RAW for the Borrello School property, and I urge you to take just as close a look at this site and the potential pitfalls as you are with the school property, because there are many. Additionally, just within the last few days, there has already been fencing installed around the perimeter of this parcel suddenly and with no notice to the surrounding community. The RAW is supposed to be in place to protect the community from dust particles carrying the contaminant, but how can we be sure that any of the requirements in the RAW were even considered for the installation of the fences if the RAW isn't even final yet? In fact, I have yet to receive a reply to my questions to the DTESC about the RAW for this property. I'm sure it took trucks driving on and off the site at unmonitored speeds to install the fencing, and all the while kicking up dry, contaminated soil. I'm highly concerned that the DTSC is not properly overseeing and regulating the landowners here, and if that can't be properly done now before the project has even commenced, how can we be certain of anything being done properly moving forward? And then it says, see some of my comments, questions below on the Altamira property. And there are a list of about 10 or so questions. First, why is there not a similar risk assessment done for possible cancer risk caused by exposure during remediation as there is for the exposure of future residents? What is the potential cancer risk for those exposed to the contaminants by the proximity to the cleanup? Question 2. Under Section 5.2, it states that during the cleanup, the owner will be responsible for notifying the DTSC if any previously unidentified environmental concerns are discovered. But shouldn't that be the job of the DTSC to be there to monitor and determine if something unexpected comes up and work needs to cease? I do not trust that the owner would immediately know what to look for and notify the DTSC if something comes up that should stop the progress. For the owner, time is money. How is this good oversight? Question number 3. What about the timing of the cleanup? Has there been no study by DTSC to determine, based on weather wind patterns, if there is a better time of the year to be conducting this cleanup, which would lessen the potential for the contaminated soil to be exposed to the surrounding community? This is an extremely windy area, and I am highly concerned about the timing of this cleanup. Next question. Regarding the potential stockpiling of soil mentioned in 7.4.1, 90 days seems like a very long time for the soil to remain stockpiled. This was not mentioned on the fact sheet sent around to the public. This should be a shorter time frame, especially considering the work is only expected to last 17 days. How high can the soil stockpiles reach? Isn't there more potential for fugitive dust if this is done? Next question. Regarding dust control under 7.4.1, it should not be an option for the trucks to be covered. That should be mandatory. What will they be covered with, and how can we be and how can we? What will they be covered with, and how can we covered? That should be mandatory. What will they be covered with, and how? Okay, then it's repeated. That should be mandatory. What will they be covered with, and how can we be sure that covering is sufficient to avoid fugitive dust? It is very misleading to state in the fact sheet that trucks must be covered, but in the draft RAW it says that they must be covered or they will be required to have 2 feet of freeboard. I don't even know what that is, and if it's an option, then it should be disclosed on the fact sheet and explained to the public. Next question.
We're running out of time.
Okay.
The time is over, yeah.
One more public comment just came in.
Just came in on this subject? I mean,
Yeah, no, it relates to Borrello School site. It's not very long.
okay, go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so this comment is from Gail Clark. He says, hello, I would like this comment to be read at this current meeting. I would like to comment on the Borrello School site. We have board members who are continually against any sort of moving forward in the district, and they do their best to put a stop to any sort of change to help the district. People do not seem to understand that no matter where land is used in Morgan Hill to build a school, the soil will be contaminated. The school district has been given this property, saving the school district money, and therefore can spend the money to clean it up, rather than having to purchase the land and pay for soil cleanup on top of it. It is clear that the school district will not build a school until we know that the Morelos soil is safe for children and the community. Some board members are requesting bioremediation when that was used before and did not work. The best way is to completely remove the soil, which they are doing. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And so the next item on the agenda, I believe, is the, oh, by all means. Mohsen.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mohsen Nazemi. I'm Deputy Director with DTSC in charge of the Site Mitigation and Cleanup Program. And I just wanted to, after hearing the comments from the individuals who are here at this meeting and on the computer on the online comments, first I want to thank everybody for coming here and making comments. But I just want to make something clear in case it was not explained properly during the public meeting that we held on July 27th, that DTSC, first of all, did not and was not involved in making a decision on what the future use of this property is. That was a decision made by the property owner and the new Morgan Hill Unified School District. However, DTSC did review the project, and we issued a draft removal action plan, work plan, or RAW, that was released, and the public comment period for that draft document was from July 7th until August 7th, which was this Monday of this week. We received almost all of the same comments that you heard today during the comment period, and our plan is to consider all the comments that we have received, and thanks everybody for submitting in. Some of them are very good comments, and we will respond to those comments with our final decision on the removal action work plan. Part of the reason why my staff was at the public meeting to explain the removal action work plan, but they are not there to respond to comments. That's an official process where we have a comment period. We want to receive all the comments, consider them all, and then provide a written response to all those comments. So there will be responses to everything you heard today, which was part of the comment period. Everything we received until August 7th will be evaluated, considered, and responded to. Just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is a chair report. Gideon's not here, but we usually receive a summary of recent achievements from DTSC, and there's 4 pages, and it's DTSC does a lot of good things. And because of we're behind schedule, I'm just going to highlight a few that ring true to me. The department emergency response unit and helped remove toxic waste after wildland fires destroyed homes near Mariposa and Oroville. In 2003, 7, and multiple smaller events in San Diego County when I used to work there, the DTSC was always available to provide support, as was US EPA. And at times, I can't remember if it was 2003 or 7, but we had as many as 200 people working down there from outside the county, and it was really helpful to help people remove the hazardous waste so we get the debris removed and get people back in their homes as quickly as possible. Businesses cited for selling toxic jewelry. I don't know how many other places in the United States where you actually have somebody testing for jewelry for toxics in it, and that's an important public protection, I think. Department was awarded $5.2 million in civil penalties for a plating shop in Richmond, and also the owner was sentenced to 3 years in prison, but that was put on probation, but she violated probation and was later sent to prison. So I do that. Some other Exide success, moving on in Exide, Ag Park, and a new Rancho Cordova, new soccer complex. Cumulative Impact Symposium was held, and as was civil rights and language access processes under the category of environmental justice. Safer Consumer Products is released in alternative analysis guidelines, and then a lot of activities there. And process improvements, DTSC has completed 10 Lean Six Sigma processes to evaluate and make their processes more efficient since 2014. And this is, they've recently completed 5, one of which we will hear a detailed presentation on later today. And those are the highlights. Of the highlights, you could, if you want this document, we'll post it, and it'll have multiple links with pages giving you details on all of this. With that, I'd like to turn it up to Larry for the staff report.
Okay, and that document is posted with the other meeting materials on the website. I'm normally asked to begin the staff report by just quickly going over the meeting materials that are both posted and at the back of the room. And they're usually more or less the order that we think they're going to come up, beginning with the English agenda, the Spanish agenda, then the minutes of the last meeting that we just approved. Then there are 3 communications that were sent to us by individuals who notified us of their intention to speak during the general public comment period. Then we have an update on legislation pertaining to DTSC, and I'll go over that document during the latter part of my staff report. There's a communication from Dr. Meredith Williams on a recent Safer Consumer Products program determination regarding a petition from the Center for Environmental Health. I'll go into that a little bit more later in my staff report. We have the DTSC presentation for agenda item 9 on the enacted state budget that I believe Andrew Collada will be giving just shortly. We have also a DTSC presentation for agenda item 10 on a recent Lean Six Sigma project to improve efficiencies in the Safer Consumer Products program. Then we have the draft IRP report for agenda item, the draft report on consumer products and source reduction that for agenda item 10. Then also for agenda item 10, we've got an updated tracking document on the IRP's recommendations for DTSC, an updated tracking document on the IRP's performance metrics for the DTSC, and a tracking document on the status of pending IRP information requests, and a compilation of DTSC deliverables from recent BCP proposals. That's all still for agenda item 10. Then we have for the next agenda item 11, a presentation on the IRP self-assessment survey. And then finally, we've got that list of DTSC achievements since its last IRP meeting. Going to the legislation report, and I'll be as detailed or as quick as you'd like me to be with this.
Quick.
Basically, it lists all the bills that pertain to DTSC that are of interest to the IRP. Just as background, September 1st is the last day for bills to be in fiscal committees in the legislature. September 15th is the last day for bills to be passed by the legislature, and then October 15th is the last day for the governor to sign or veto bills. So we're getting close to the last lap. First bill is just the Budget Act, which Mr. Collada, I'm sure, will be talking about. The next bill, AB 245, Really, it would implement, or it seeks to address three different three different IRP recommendations. A recommendation back in April of 2016 to that financial assurances should be reviewed every 5 years. A recommendation in January of 2016 that adequate financial assurances should be set aside for corrective action at the time of permit issuance, consistent with the LAO report. And then finally, another IRP recommendation from July of 2016 to increase the maximum penalties for violations of Health and Safety Code Section 25189 and make them equivalent to federal maximum penalties with an inflation allowance. So basically, the bill does several things. It clarifies existing law to require DTSC, after it has identified a release from a facility, to request and get a written cost estimate for the corrective action. Secondly, it requires a review of financial assurances and the cost estimates used to establish them every 5 years. And it requires the DTSC to hold a public meeting within 90 days of receiving a permit renewal app. And then there's another part of the bill. It was actually it was in AB 249, but it got put in this bill. It provides for maximums on enforcement penalties to be increased from the current $25,000 to a maximum of $70,000. So that's in the bill too. The next bill of interest, AB 246, that's a response to a recommendation of the IRP in the April 2016 report to require fence line monitoring by permit holders in appropriate cases. And what the bill does is it would require DTSC to assess, in consultation with the relevant air pollution control district or air quality management district, hazardous waste facilities to determine if fence line or other monitoring to measure and record emissions at those facilities is necessary or appropriate. And the bill would also require DTSC, based on its findings upon completion of the assessment, to adopt regulations for fence line monitoring at hazardous waste facilities. Most of these bills, by the way, are in the Appropriations Committee, in this case, of Senate Appropriations. Next bill, AB 247, it's a response to an IRP recommendation from October of 2016 for a lead task force to make recommendations. And this bill would create a lead advisory task force to review and advise regarding policies and procedures to reduce childhood lead poisoning in the state. Next bill, AB 248, it's a response in part to an IRP recommendation from April of 2016 to require DTSC to respond within certain time periods to hazardous waste application submittals, and to require the applicants to submit their information on a timely basis and establish accountability mechanisms if deadlines aren't met. And the bill would require for hazardous waste facilities, if their permits expire before July 1st of the year 2000, the owner or operator intending to extend the term of the permit would have to submit Part A and Part B portions of the application at least 6 months before the fixed term of the permit expires. And then if the permit expires after that, after July 1st of 2020, these documents would have to be submitted 2 years in advance. And if they did that, the permit would be deemed extended until the application was approved or denied and the owner had exhausted all applicable rights of appeal. I'll skip AB 421. It's is now a 2-year bill and is not a response to an IRP recommendation. Same thing with AB 483. We'll skip that as well unless you want to hear about it, but it doesn't respond to a recommendation. Next bill, AB 958. It's not a response to a recommendation, but it's pertinent to discussion about the Safer Consumer Products Program that this afternoon. It would require DTSC to include in its 2018 to 2020 Priority Product Work Plan food packaging, that food packaging containing PFASs, to include that in its priority work plan. And it would require the department by January 1st of 2020 to begin the adoption of green chemistry regulations for that food packaging, unless the department makes a finding that sufficient data is not available to conduct and complete the priority product evaluation. This has been substantially amended. It now applies to the next priority work plan, not the current one as the earlier versions of the bill did. Next bill, AB 1179, it responds to an IRP recommendation in July of 2016 to include inspection frequencies for permitted facilities in statute. And the recommendation stated that frequencies should be based on compliance history, quantity of waste, toxicity risk, and proximity to sensitive habitats and populations at risk, including disadvantaged communities. And this bill would require the department to adopt regulations establishing inspection frequencies for permitted hazardous waste treatment, storage, and disposal facilities, generators, hazardous waste transport, and hazardous waste transporters. Next bill we'll skip. It failed and is a 2-year bill. Following that, AB 1316. The analysis, one of the analysis said it was a response to an IRP recommendation made in October of 2016 to require collaboration between national, state, and local agencies to better make available and use data, including blood data, to address lead contamination in California communities. It doesn't require anything of DTSC, but it deals with lead screening and identifying children with high blood levels. Next, AB 1439. That would authorize DTSC to require hazardous waste reporting in an electronic format. Next bill, AB 1441. It deals with hazardous waste transportation manifests. And this bill is being done, it's in preparation for the US EPA electronic manifest system. And it would authorize specific manifest requirements for transporting hazardous waste through the US EPA's e-manifest system when it becomes online. Skip over 1516. It's non-substantive. We've talked about it before. AB 1649. It's an interagency task force on refinery safety, and that's just here because DTSC would have a representative on the task force. Next one, SB 258, Cleaning Product Right to Know Act of 2017. It deals with, it doesn't really involve DTSC. It deals with disclosure requirements for manufacturers. It does reference DTSC's list of chemicals of concern, and it deals with various things that are not under really DTSC's purview, such as the safety sheets and all of that for employers to have. But it also states that it should not be construed to restrict the authority of DTSC to take action on any cleaning product pursuant to DTSC's authority and consistent with the green chemistry program. And then finally, there is SB 774, which would provide for the California Toxic Substances Board. It was amended quite a bit. It's no longer a board really modeled after the State Water Resources Control Board. It would create this board in the DTSC. It would require the board to appoint the director of toxic substances control. It provides for membership of the board, its powers and duties, the monthly, provides for monthly public meetings. It would require DTSC to provide information and records and testify concerning the board's agenda items. And it would authorize the board to take certain actions with regard to hazardous waste facilities or sites. And it would require the department to comply with those actions. And those would include resolving outstanding issues relating to site cleanup, requiring investigation of a site, identifying potentially responsible parties, setting a timeline for a resolution or investigation, seeking corrective action. The main objectives of this bill, as I read it, seem to be to improve transparency, accountability, and fulfillment of work plan timelines. It seems to be aimed mostly at permitting, also to some extent site mitigation, not so much safer consumer products. There are, the concerns have been expressed that it could, slow down permitting decisions. That's industry's concerns. And that's about it. I know the author's office, I believe, is in discussions with the governor's office about the bill, and their author's kind of awaiting feedback from the governor's office as early as next week on the bill. And that concludes the legislation report. Any questions about that?
I have none.
Or discussion? A couple other items on my staff report. Again, I mentioned it earlier. There's a Dr. Williams sent the panel information on the decision regarding the petition from the Center for Environmental Health to list BPA and can linings as a priority product. And there is a letter there from Carl Palmer to the center explaining why their petition was deemed inadequate. And I believe it was sent to the IRP because the IRP expressed, and that petition was mentioned at the last meeting, and the panel expressed an interest in finding out what the resolution would be. So there is that letter there, and which explains why it was denied. Next is just an information item. The DTSC now has its draft regulations on toxicity criteria for risk assessments, screening levels, and remedial goals for hazardous substance release sites. And we talked about that when we were working on the earlier report. There's a comment period. The draft regulations are out. There are public workshops scheduled, and DTSC will hold a public hearing on the proposed regulations on September 20th. Now, that's just an FYI. And then finally, I should mention that a conference call took place between Chair Krakoff and Francesca DTSC's Francesca Negri and Andrew Collada, and Gabby and I also participated in it. It was really about the it was a discussion about how the IRP and it should work with DTSC to discuss the performance metrics and just really how to determine DTSC's progress on them. And I think it's probably best that I don't get too deep into that right now and save it for our discussion, because my understanding is that during agenda item 10, we're going to be talking about, you know, how the IRP is going to measure progress and evaluate the performance metrics, and maybe I can get more into it then. That would be a more appropriate time.
I agree.
And that's it for
Well,
my
then
staff report.
what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break while the next presentation gets set up, because some people might need to just stand up, if nothing else. But let's try to limit it to 5 minutes, and then while we prepare for the next presentation. Okay, I'd like to reconvene with agenda item number 9. You know, I didn't ask, we haven't received any additional public comments, have we, Mike?
No.
Okay. But we do have one for this agenda item, I believe.
Yeah, after this, yeah.
Okay. So, but reconvene with the DTSC presentation on the state budget as it applies to the department. So.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Collada. I'm the Deputy Director for the Office of Administrative Services. With me is Sarah Murillo. She is the Fiscal Officer for DTSC. So we've been asked to provide a high-level presentation to the panel on the enacted budget for DTSC for fiscal year 17-18. In this presentation, we want to cover 3 areas. So we're going to cover 3 items, or 3 areas in today's presentation. We're going to cover a little bit about DTSC's funding by source and program, a summary of major adjustments, and a high-level fund condition statements for our 2 major accounts, the Hazardous Waste Control Account and the Toxic Substances Control Account. This presentation actually tracks very closely to the presentation we made to the panel members back in the spring, and with a few adjustments that occurred in the intervening months. So this slide is a summary of our budget overview for DTSC. We receive funding from 4 sources: general funds, special funds, federal funds, and reimbursements. Our budget in 2016-17 was $262 million. In 17-18, it was $293 million, an increase of $30,575,000 and a half of a position. We had several adjustments in the budget. In general fund, we had an one-time augmentation of $14 million for the Argonaut mine, so that's been eliminated. And we had 2 increases, one for Stringfellow and one for Laguna Nueva school site. So special funds, we had several adjustments. The primary adjustment was with Exide Technologies. There was a $67.1 million increase in the budget. There were also one-time negative adjustments from some limited term funding BCPs from 15-16. We also got some augmentations. One was for Exide closure implementation, one was for Lead Acid Battery Act, and one was for National Priorities List. And I will be providing the panel members some additional information about those adjustments. We also had an increase or an adjustment in our reimbursements related to employee compensation and retirement contributions. So we are organized at DTSC around 5 program areas: site mitigation, hazardous waste management, safer consumer products, the state Coupa, and Exide Technologies. Again, our budget in 16-17 was $262 million. It increased to $293 million in the enacted budget for 17-18, an increase of $30 million. So I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the adjustments that were included in the governor's budget and as a result of the spring finance letter process. One of our proposals was for National Priorities List Superfund sites. We got an augmentation of $3.7 million one time. The funding came from 3 sources: the Department of Pesticide Regulation Fund, the Air Pollution Control Fund, and the Waste Discharge Permit Fund. Second augmentation was for Stringfellow Superfund site characterization work. It was for $2.4 million. It was over 3 years. And this is to do site characterization work at the Stringfellow Superfund site. Exide closure, we have an augmentation of $1.4 million over 3 years. It is to do quality assurance, to hire a QA contractor to oversee the Exide closure plan and implementation. We expect to be reimbursed by Exide for the cost of these third-party contractor. There was legislation that last fiscal year that passed was signed into law by the governor, the Lead Acid Battery Act of 2016. We've requested funding for 2 years, $610,000, to do identification, investigation, and cleanup of areas suspected of having been contaminated by the operation of lead acid battery recycling facilities. We got a legislative appropriation one time of $2 million. The purpose of this is is a grant to the LA County Unified, Los Angeles County, to pay for land to establish a park in the county. Our last area of funding change was Exide Technologies. We are projecting an increase expenditures related to Exide cleanup. 17-18, the budget is $68.6 million. I want to talk a little bit about our 2 main operating funds. So one of our main funds is the Hazardous Waste Control Account. Last year we had, in 16-17, we had a beginning balance of $28 million, expenditures of $55 million, and revenues, of $55.8 million, and expenditures of $69.5 million, leaving a fund balance of $14.3 million. This year we're again beginning the year at $14.3 million, revenues of $55 million, expenditures of $67 million, leaving a balance of $3 million in the account. There continues to be a structural deficit in this account, and it's something the department is working to address. Our second operating fund is the Toxic Substances Control Account. We are beginning the year 17-18 with a beginning balance of $22 million. We're projecting revenues of $60.4 million and expenditures of $62.7 million, leaving a balance of $11 million in the fund. Again, this account has an imbalance between revenues and expenditures, and it's an issue that we're working to address. Questions?
Do you have any?
Well, not specific questions, but the one thing that I'm a little concerned with is the trend that we're seeing in your last 2 slides. I know it's something that the department is wanting to address. Are there strategic plans for how to address some of those kind of decrease that we're seeing in each fiscal year?
It's something that the department is working on. We're working closely with the Department of Finance on options for addressing the deficit in the 2 accounts, but we do not have a formal plan for addressing them in terms of a strategic plan or.
Yeah, it's actually very similar to your question, but it seems to me expectations, DTSC's performance are increasing from sitting up here. We expect more from you, and yet your positions remain the same. It looks to me like in the future, some of these funds, again, I said, if green chemistry, I would say for consumer products works, then which I anticipate it will, although the time frame, might be, but it's really going to hurt. That'd be the hazardous waste talk. I forget how, but so I'm concerned about the future. Is there any way that you can explain what your forecasts are for us, so that maybe we can craft a recommendation of some kind?
So your concerns are our concerns as it relates to those two funds. We are in the process of developing the governor's budget for 18-19, and that process is confidential. So at this time, I can't share with you what proposals may or may not be in the fund. We can tell you that our revenue projections are pretty steady, and we also know that there are quite a few pressures on the account, on both accounts, and the Safer Products is just one of the pressures that Tosca in this case is experiencing.
Well, the one thing I wanted to mention is it depends on how much of the revenues are really directed toward, is really coming from sources other than for example, EPA or these special super funds that are on a temporarily basis giving some money. How much of it is really coming through, for example, permitting of hazardous waste? And out of that, how much of it would be lost through, for example, green chemistry practices? So if we do a further breakup of what really is the sources of the revenue, we could see if that would have an impact or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's more or less where I'm going. I mean, in 2013, I believe it was, DTSC made a big effort to realign their fees, and I think that largely failed. But that was my impression. I could be wrong on that. But my real concern is increasing expectations and decreasing resources. And are we really doing anything other than just setting DTSC up for failure again?
Exactly. And one concern that I have is how much of the fund is really coming through, for example, EPA and federal sources, and how that would, over the long period of time, affect the budgetary needs of the department. I mean, we have discussed that before, I think.
We have, and we can actually provide the panel members with a further breakdown of our revenue sources for each of the funds. That might be helpful in the conversation in terms of where we get our revenues and what the revenue trends have been for the two accounts by fee type or tax type. And the department agrees with you. There is a tremendous pressure on the two funds, and those pressures are really impacting us and how we operate as a department going into the future.
Correct. And I think that is really important for us to recognize, because when we put our reports to the governor, we need to kind of address that and make sure that the department is receiving the resources it needs to do everything that is expected to do.
Right, and I'm just struggling for how to craft a recommendation. That's what I'm searching for. You don't have projections yet. My mental projection is that this is looking bad for the next few years unless something's done. Yeah.
We're in a position right now where it's unsustainable. We cannot continue our level of expenditures with the revenues that we're receiving. And those fund conditions bear that out, and it's borne in the governor's budget as well.
And if we take the egg side out of the equation, we're actually looking at a huge deduction in the operating budgets, I think, because most of the increase that we're seeing, that $30 million increase, is really because of the Exide cleanup that got that special fund, it seems.
Exide does distort our revenue picture and our expenditure pictures. That's why we really try to segregate it, because it really is dedicated just to the cleanup around Exide.
Exactly.
But when you really look at our budget, it is pretty much flat. Going into 17-18, aside from Exide and lead acid battery there's very little growth in the department's budget.
But looking at those some of those remediation costs, the amount that is dedicated may only fulfill part of what the public would like done in the Exide site too. So that again brings back the worry as to how much DTSC really can accomplish with the resources it's given, and how much our expectations and the public expectations are based on some of these really problem sites. And without the resources, there's only so much you can do. And unfortunately, I would like to agree with Mike that our expectations and our resources may not line up, and that is quite a concern for me with this budget presentation. Thank you.
Should we express it as a concern with the fund condition, or perhaps just the overall revenue? I mean,
Well, certainly the revenue is what supports our program. So the two are tied. The expenditures and revenues both need to be considered in terms of any analysis on the department's financial position.
yeah, see, I still think you need to increase positions, so you need to increase expenditures, and so.
Exactly. That's why they're tied. The two are related.
Okay, I really appreciate your time and struggle, and I'll give it some more thought, and maybe I might even come back to you and say, does this sound right to you? I mean, not any data, or just the right, make sure I'm using the right, for the same terms in the federal government, we use different in the county of San Diego, just to make sure I'm using the correct terms is what I'm talking about, not any information I would not expect that from you prematurely. I mean, but.
Absolutely. Let me know.
Fiscal management is one of the issues that we have been wrestling with, and quite honestly, I do worry that some of the expectations and some of the resources just don't seem to line up, and it really is problematic. So. But thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We do have one public comment on this section, I believe.
Yes, we do. Okay. It is by Robert Sullivan, DTSC Senior Attorney. Comment on August 9 meeting related to budgets. Dear IRP, as part of today's presentation is related to the newly enacted state budget. I'll try to make a small comment relevant to how budgets affect DTSC personnel operations. Within the state employee classifications are attorney, attorney 3, attorney 4, that DTSC employees. With the attorney 3 as the advancement position from attorney, the attorney 4 being the advancement position from attorney 3, attorneys should advance as the complexity of the work increases. Under the bargaining contract for BU2 attorneys, the DTSC could employ up to 65% of their attorneys as attorney 4s, which would be about 18 to 19 positions. DTSC currently employs 6 attorney 4s. OLC management has been straightforward in stating that they have asked for more attorney 4s and have been turned down for budgetary reasons. Also, without a training and development budget, the ability of the DTSC to develop attorney 3s into attorney 4s appear hampered, as evidenced by the fact that out of the 6 attorney 4 positions employed by the DTSC, 3 were recruited from outside of the department rather than developing and promoting an attorney 3 position. The net result is that DTSC winds up with attorneys that have been with the department a substantial number of years with no upward mobility opportunities, or so-called topped out. While the work is getting more complex for those attorneys, I would assume that you might find this situation throughout the DTSC in other employment classifications. To sustain succession planning, recruitment, and retention, I would recommend an internal survey to identity topped out employees in their classification and use the results to identify and plan for development opportunity for those affected employees. Of course, the DTSC would need a budget for the development of employee opportunities. This email has a small attachment as well. Would you like me to read it as well? Okay, the attachment says management proposal, rollover language, bargaining unit 2, exclusive representative, semicolon case, article, semicolon 15, subject, semicolon classifications. 15.1 classification level. Under this classification, the letter A, it states departments with attorney 4-level classifications. Departments that have obtained approval from the state employer to use attorney 4-level classifications may allocate up to 65% of its attorneys to level 4 salary level classification. The base figure for calculating this ceiling shall include all the attorney positions in the until allocated in the unit allocated to attorney classes at or below the maximum salary level of the 4 classification. B, departments with the senior or attorney 3-level classifications. Any department in this category may allocate up to 75% of its attorneys to the senior or 3 salary level classification. The base figure for calculating this ceiling shall include all attorney positions in the unit allocated to attorney classes at the senior or 3 level and below. The letter C says, upon request by appointing authorities, Cal HR may allow appointments in access to the above percentages or to higher levels. D, if Cal HR authorizes a department a position on an exception basis to attorney 4 level, such allocation allows the department to allocate additional attorney positions to senior or attorney 3 level in excess of 65% cap in paragraph B above. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else?
Nope.
Then at this point, unless you object, or I would like to adjourn and go into closed session. And I don't think the closed session would last long. Is a 1 o'clock return to start with agenda item 10 work for you?
Sure, that sounds good, because after closed session, if we want to have a lunch break, we can do that also.
Yeah, exactly. We'd like to adjourn and close session, lunch break, and reconvene at 1 o'clock. So, okay, let's adjourn. Okay, I'd like to reconvene the August 9th, if that's correct, DTSC IRP meeting. So, and we're on agenda item number 10, and we'd like to, if it's okay, start with the Lean Sigma 6 presentation on the Safer Consumer Products Program.
Really quickly, Mike, do you want to
Oh, I apologize. I should have. We did have some personnel matters that we discussed in closed session, and that were successfully accomplished. So, thank you.
And you'll need to, when the time comes. Thanks for having us back, and thank you to the panel for giving us another opportunity to talk about safer consumer products. I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions you might have from last month. And what I'm even happier about is the chance to talk about this Lean Six Sigma project. It'll give you a little bit of a window into how we work in safer consumer products, the culture we're trying to create, and into some of the talent and the hard work of the teams within the program. And in particular, we're going to talk about some members of one of our teams, our chemical product evaluation team. And they took on a project to improve our research methods for identifying priority products, to streamline them and accelerate our work. That work was led by Dr. Simona Balan, and she will give the bulk of the presentation. There were a number of other team members, and I think they were here before lunch, but weren't able to make it back after lunch because of scheduling conflicts. But Daphne Molin, Christine Papagni, Diana Phelps, Minu Safai-Amini, Vivek Mathrani, who's one of our hero toxicologists, and Lynn Goldman, who's one of our attorneys. So I know it's just a really great effort, and I think we're going to reap a lot of benefit from it. I talked last time, Carl and I introduced the 3 pillars of the program: the need to build capacity, to implement the regulations, the need to execute in a timely fashion and with high quality products, and the need to lead and provide leadership to demonstrate that this framework can really have the benefits that we hope it will. We also talked about our favorite metaphor, one of our favorite metaphors, which was be a steelhead, not a salmon, with the idea that the salmon have a one-shot reproductive cycle where they only make it out to the Pacific once before they come back, spawn, and die, whereas we're trying to be steelhead and do things repeatedly and go back to the Pacific over and over again. And I think in reflecting on where we are, if we look back to where we were in 2013, when the regulations became effective, there are a lot of parallels to roe, which is roe are these tiny little balls of gelatinous material, and it's very hard to imagine that they can turn into something as big and capable as steelhead are in terms of being robust enough to make that journey repeatedly. I think we've gone past the point of being fingerlings now. We've matured, and we're continuing to mature. I think we're juveniles. And juveniles are at the point where they're getting strong enough to make that trip down and really start to flex their muscle against a range of obstacles to really meet their reproduction goals. Really thinking about what we've done during that maturation process, we have adopted these steelhead behaviors. And by that, there are a couple examples that I thought I'd just highlight. We use SharePoint. I don't know if you're familiar with SharePoint. It's a document management system that allows us to collaborate. It allows us to organize documents, and it's really provided a lot of efficiencies in the program. It's facilitated internal communications. It's allowed staff who've developed a process or a tool to make it available to other staff members in a way that they can find and build on. We put a lot of value on our stakeholder processes and our stakeholder engagement, and so we've taken a lot of care to, as we conduct our public meetings and workshops, we've taken a lot of care to capture what works, what doesn't work, and develop best practices, again, so we can do things repeatedly. There are quite a range of processes that we've documented. One is our project management work. We have a roadmap, and in that roadmap, we have a range of tools that we expect staff to use. And that ranges from doing a risk analysis at the beginning of a project to developing a plan for how we'll communicate within and outside of the project team to the work breakdown structure, very detailed. So we have that tool, the chemical product evaluation team, which is the genesis, again, of this Lean Six Sigma project, has a number of tools that they use for their research. Simona's going to talk a little bit more about that. because we were required by the regulations to put an electronic system online for submissions of documents associated with the regulations, we've developed CalSafer. And an interesting thing about that is it really forced us to analyze and think through our workflows for a number of our decisions and research tasks. And so that actually has made us take a step back relatively early in the program and think about how the handoffs from various staff occur, how we interact and send emails, and at what points to our stakeholders, how we document the decisions we make. I mentioned the petition last time, and I believe that you got the memo that said that we denied the petition from CEH to list BPA and can linings. We use that petition as an opportunity to look at the petition process. What does it take to get it done? What should the workflow look like? Are there any things that we need to do to make sure that we've evaluated all our petitions in a thorough way? And lastly, I wanted to mention these lessons learned meetings frequently, and this really did come out of the chemical product evaluation team, the CPET team. They started developing these lessons learned meetings whenever they completed a major milestone. What could we do better? What could we do differently? How do we improve things? And I think this Lean Six Sigma project really builds on that attitude, and it does so in a way that focuses in on the second step of the 4 steps and develops more robust processes for analysis. It's like it takes that lessons learned mentality and gives it a structure, gives it some formats and some rigor that really strengthens what we can do when we take that time to reflect back and look for ways to improve. And I think that's what we need to continue building, continue to strengthen in our practices so that we truly are ready for those trips downstream and then back upstream. So with that in mind, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Balan and Simona.
All right, thank you, Meredith, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you about the results of our Lean Six Sigma project. And I know you've heard other Lean Six Sigma projects before, but this one is really different in that we did not have years of data. We were actually working on a process that hasn't ever been completed. So this really shows our culture of continuous improvement. We're working to improve things as we develop them. So as Meredith mentioned, the focus of this project was this second step. Oh, you can see that. But the second step of our work, going from our CC database, our candidate chemicals list of thousands of chemicals, and the universe of product categories in our work plan, going from there to a priority product. Right, so everything in between is part of the scope of this project. And improving this project, improving our decision-making here, streamlining it, should also help speed up the rulemaking that happens afterwards. So that's the focus right there. So this 2015-2017 priority product work plan was really our very first one ever. So that's why we're just in the middle of working on this project. And the task of identifying priority products falls on the Chemical Product Evaluation Team, or CPET. And there's about 15 of us, technical staff. There's chemists, environmental scientists, market experts. We also work closely with toxicologists from HERO, from our other program. And this diagram that you can see here outlines the general process that we follow. So we start with scoping chemicals, then we move on to scoping products, and as we go along this diagram, we narrow down the universe of things that we look at. So we start with thousands of chemicals, we narrow it down further in our public engagement phase, and then we come up with proposed priority products. And the final outcome of our work is a priority product profile, which is a technical and regulatory document that outlines the basis for our recommendation to pursue a certain priority product. So this final diagram shows 5 phases. We've completed the first 3 so far. We're now in the priority product profile development. And as we started the work of writing the priority product profiles, we realized that what we have here as phases 4 and 5 are actually one phase. So we've combined them. And this, to me, already shows our ability to adapt as we learn, as we do the work. We learn what works and what doesn't. It's Andrew Algazi is leading this team, and he was also the champion for the Lean Six Sigma project. So as Meredith mentioned, we've had several lessons learned after each of our phases, each of our major deliverables. And the Lean Six Sigma project really helped us take a step back and look at our work in more depth, in more detail. So right now we are well within the second year of our work in this process. And we estimate that we will complete the priority product profiles probably in 3.5 years total. So our challenge in the Lean Six Sigma project was to figure out if there's a way to do this in 1 year, from 3.5 to 1. So our primary metric was time, but of course we cannot compromise the secondary metrics, which are quality, right, and cost or resources. Lean Six Sigma really has a lot of principles that are extremely helpful, especially for new programs. And I cannot emphasize enough how great it is that we did this upfront in the beginning as we're just starting our process, because it's a lot easier to implement Lean Six Sigma principles in a process that is just being developed as opposed to a process that has been going on for many, many years, right? It's a lot easier. So we are focused on eliminating waste, breaking down silos, simplifying, mistake-proofing the process, building in decision-making into the process, standardizing the work, which is always a challenge because our work is so diverse. No two profiles are going to be the same, right? No two products are the same, but there's still many ways in which we can standardize and use templates and make our work consistent. Developing a flexible workforce, we all help each other out, we do whatever is needed, we all learn and gain new skills. Using single piece flow as opposed to working in batches, that really helps streamline the work.
Can you explain that a little bit? I don't understand what that means.
The single piece flow? It means that you wouldn't work, so working in batches means that you complete a task, so if you have one task that you do, you first complete that one step, you do everything that falls in that one step, and then you move on and pass it on to somebody else who then goes to step 2. So you're basically just doing one step, and then you pass it on, somebody else does the second step, as opposed to you doing step 1, step 2, step 3, flowing through the process alongside the tasks.
Thanks.
Sure. And using feedback from data to continue improving, that's also key of the Lean Six Sigma efforts, right, to keep improving our work. But the very first step is to understand what we're doing. So the first thing that we did was to map out our process. And this isn't super detailed, actually, but there are 83 steps in here. So you see the 4 phases. At the top, there's chemical scoping. The black boxes on the left side show you the different phases. So chemical scoping, product scoping, public engagement, and profile writing. And in these 83 steps depicted here, and some of them can be broken down further, but in these 83 here, there's 14 that are defined as value added according to Lean Six Sigma. And what that means is that they're done right the first time, they create some kind of change or transformation, and there's something that the customer demands. And for us, we have internal customers, right, the director's office, the agency, could be the governor's office, but we also have external customers, like our responsible entities and other stakeholders that have very different interests, very different specifications for our work. So everything else that is not value added does not mean that it's not valuable, right? So Lean Six Sigma makes a very clear distinction there. Just to give you an example, a workshop would be value added according to Lean Six Sigma, but the work of putting together the workshop, all the planning, the logistics, that would be non-value added, but of course it's critical to the success of the workshop. So the idea is not to eliminate things that are non-value added per Lean Six Sigma, but to streamline them and reduce them as much as possible, cut them down to the essential. So the value-added steps there are marked in green. You also see 2 yellow boxes. Those are our regulatory requirements that we cannot touch, the pre-reg workshop and the external peer review. And then there are also 14 boxes marked in blue, which are formal decision-making steps within our process. So we also took a look at the different phases and how long they took. And again, we've only done this once, so all this is based on one data point. But we looked at the 3 phases we had already completed. And to my personal surprise, the longest one was not the public engagement phase, which was the most complex, right? We had to put out a webinar. We created these public documents. We put forth these workshops where we had people come even from overseas. I mean, there was quite an investment there, and the entire phase took 212 days this time around. The longest phase, though, was the one before the public engagement, the product scoping. That took 304 days. And as I'll show you later, that had to do with the decision-making between the scoping, the actual research, and the workshop phase. This is a list of all the documents, all the work steps that teams took up until the end of the workshop phase. So through the product scoping, chemical scoping, product scoping, and public engagement. And you can see that the internal deliberative documents tended to take longer than the external steps or the actual research steps. In particular, the step that took longest was an internal summary report, which we prepared during the public engagement phase. It was a technical document where we put forth our main arguments for management internally, and it took about 150 days to compile. This was one of the steps marked as value added in our process map that I just showed you, but as we reflected on that, as we thought about it, we realized it actually was not value added, so we decided to eliminate it. So we have cut this down from our future process. So here you can see the timing that was taken for each decision, formal decision step made so far. And as you can see in the diagram on the left, most of the decisions are pretty quick. They're done the same day or same week. However, there are a couple of outliers that took longer than 80 days. And those were the decision making moving from one phase to the next, from deciding basically which of the chemicals that the teams have scoped should move on to product scoping, and which of the over a dozen all-grade workshop topics would actually make it to the workshop phase. So those are pretty big decisions because there's a lot of considerations, and that wasn't time where we just sat around and waited, but it involved a lot of back and forth, going back to the drawing board, sometimes creating briefing documents, and trying to make sure that we are making basically the most impactful decisions, or the best decisions at the moment. So when we added all those up at the point where we were right then, we realized that out of a year, there were basically 4 days left. If we really wanted to do everything in 1 year, this is a great opportunity for gaining efficiencies and for cutting down on time. And again, you can see that the longest decision-making phase was in the product scoping, between product scoping and public workshop. It's 101 days total. Our decision-making has some inherent challenges that we've explored through this process, and really the main one is the uniqueness and complexity of our regs. Nobody else has done what we do, so there is a lot of trial and error. There's a lot of testing the waters, trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. There are a lot of factors to be considered, and our regs don't prioritize any of them, so we try to consider everything in terms of exposure, in terms of hazards. And overall, our regulatory framework is quite different from some of the traditional expertise, maybe the traditional way of thinking about toxicity or exposure and what matters most. So what we've realized through this process, through interviewing staff, is that sometimes staff tend to fall back on traditional way of thinking, on their comfort zones, how they're taught to do things, which may not necessarily be what our regs need us to do. So we have some varied understanding of the regs. It's not enough to read our regs once, right? To really understand their complexities, you need to read them maybe dozens of times. So that also leads sometimes to some misalignment of priorities. And because I'm pretty new to the program, I joined in at the boundary between product scoping and public workshop. I did not get to go through the chemical scoping and product scoping phases, and so I interviewed my colleagues on the team about the factors that they consider to be most important when making recommendations to management. And I also interviewed Meredith on the factor that she considered to be most important, and they didn't all align. So there is sometimes this falling back on the traditional expertise that doesn't necessarily align with what our management needs. There's also this balance of science and policy that we need to take into consideration, right? In terms of science, we have a lot of discretion when choosing these priority products. So policy priorities come into play a lot. So it is a balance act. So putting all this together, we came up with 4 areas of potential improvement for the program. Lean Six Sigma calls these critical axes or root causes of problems. So these are internal communication and decision-making, external communication, research approach, and toolkit. And I will show you all the solutions the improvements that the team came up with for each of these. So in terms of internal communication and decision-making, really the question is, how do you decide which door to open, right? You have all these different options, and you don't know what you're going to find behind that door, right? Nobody has opened such doors before, and we also don't want to limit ourselves and not try things. Just, we want to feel free to test the boundaries of what we can do and be thorough in our assessment. So we recommended here to focus more on aligning management staff expectations and set boundaries for research at the start of process. So one of the main things that we're going to implement in our new process map is having an extended meeting right up front between management and staff to be very clear about our priorities for this particular round of scoping. Also, transparency in executive decision-making is really important because if staff are not aware why a particular decision was not made, they cannot learn and adapt for future rounds of decision-making. Also, tracking decision-making time is going to be critical because we need to see how are we doing, are we improving, where are the opportunities to keep improving in terms of decision-making. For external communication, we are going to reach out to our stakeholders earlier. That's the key point here. So we would like to solicit nominations from our stakeholders on chemical product combinations before we even start our process of scoping. We also want to reach out to trade associations up front and draft our stakeholders list and engage with stakeholders early. And that's because, again, there's thousands of possible good candidates for our program, and we cannot possibly become experts in all of these. There's 15 of us, so we can't possibly become experts in the needed time frame. So we really need to rely on other people's expertise and not try to reinvent the wheel, but really leverage what's already out there. In terms of our research approach, we will develop a way to ensure that chemicals of emerging concern are also included, and that's to facilitate decision-making and to ensure that we are thorough in our research. We will also combine the first 2 phases that I showed you in the process map, the chemical and product scoping phases. This will help remove a formal decision-making step, and it would allow our management to make decisions on chemical product combinations, which should be easier under our reg framework. We will update our scoping guidance. We'll also develop guidance for dealing with data gaps. When is it worth to address those data gaps, or when is it okay that there are some data gaps, right? It really depends on the data gap and on the opportunities that we have to collaborate with others to address them, right? Maybe we can work with, we've been collaborating with our lab, the ECL, trying to set up protocols for testing that can help support our program and fill some of those data gaps. We are also going to schedule our workshops at the start of the process. And that means that will set internal deadlines for ourselves. right? So as we start our process, we're going to give ourselves a deadline. That's when the workshop is going to be. Of course, we cannot announce the workshop then because we don't know the topic yet. So, but that will be our internal deadline that we're going to be working towards. We're also going to perform peer review sooner and streamline our QA/QC. That was also something that took a while in our document preparation, so we'll work on improving that. Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit curious about the guidance, how you developed it, how you published it, that sort of thing. Does that make sense? I mean,
You mean the scoping guidance?
I'm thinking of like DTSC fact sheets, you know. I mean, yeah, but that's probably, I shouldn't have used that example. That's misleading. But what does a guidance document look, or is it a document?
Oh, that's an internal guidance to the teams. It would include sources, where to look for data, what databases to use for research, where you can find data on physicochemical properties, where you can find data on exposure, things like that to make the work of the researchers a little bit easier and to learn from one another.
And what was the process for developing the guidance?
I don't know, because I wasn't there.
That was a little bit before Simona's time. One thing we started with was UC Berkeley has their green chemistry program, and actually Simona is a graduate of that work. And one of the things they do is they have what they call Greener Solutions class, where they pull together teams that look at alternative green chemistry-based solutions to various technology or product problems. And as part of that course, the professors developed, Meg Schwartzman in particular, developed a whole raft of resources for how they do the research into the green chemistry. What we did very early on in the program is we had them come in and essentially train staff on those methods. So we had a starting point that was based on this UC Berkeley approach. And since then, we've been evolving it to meet our needs and to be more tailored to our needs. But it started with a long list of databases, journal sources, and various resources that were she considered to be, that program considered to be the go-tos for starting this kind of research. Did that answer your question?
Yes, but a follow-on, which... Is there any overlap or sharing of this type of guidance development with the other programs that are doing Lean Six Sigma projects?
I'm
not even sure that's makes sense, but I mean, you wouldn't put a manual for flying an airplane into driving a horse buggy, but I was just wondering if there's any overlap or sharing among the Lean Sigma 6 processes.
Well, I think the other processes address quite different topics. So the factors that we're looking at that we need guidance for are rather different. So
that's not a surprising answer. I was just curious.
That said, I think there are things that have linkages to maybe our HERO group or even our OEHA counterparts. There are places where the work we do is similar to other groups, and we do to some degree, but there's always opportunities to have more interaction. But we do have, for instance, a program of liaisons between largely the CPET staff and the other BDOs and some of the other organizations, and that facilitates that kind of conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's not surprising that the product scoping really takes such a long time, because if you consider how many products there are to scope, and then how to put all that data together, literature searches are usually very, very time-consuming, and getting all that information and then making something meaningful out of it. I always tell my students writing a review article is a lot more difficult than writing an original publication article, because of all of that scoping that needs to be done and then putting it in a meaningful framework. And so developing a guidance or a protocol for how to actually do that search and kind of learn from each other as to how to put it in a meaningful framework. I think that is what that is really deriving at. And then whether or not some of those principles can be used in maybe different areas for DTSC to kind of follow what they need to do, sure. But I think in this case, it's just developing a priority product and making sure that it's meaningful and making sure that you have really gathered all the necessary information and put it in basically I think it's a very difficult task, let's put it that way. And prioritizing is very difficult because I think that's to some degree subjective. And trying to make that an objective process is going to be time consuming, and it's going to really require a lot of communication, like you mentioned. Thank you. Does that address some of the questions that you were talking about?
It helps, thank you.
Okay. And then in terms of our toolkit, which includes our instructions to teams, our templates, but also external resources like databases that we use, literature databases and so forth, we will update and expand the CPED manual. So those are the instructions to teams. That includes all the tasks that the teams do, the templates that they fill out, things like that. We're also going to expand it to include more resources for new staff, things that you need to read and know as you join the program to help ease your transition from whatever you're doing before to being a member of CPED. We will also streamline the scoping templates, and as I'll show you when I show you the process map, you'll see that that can really help add some efficiencies to the process. And we've eliminated the internal summary report, which was that really big document that took 150 days to create. We will also improve the reference and document organizing. So that includes using EndNote. We want to develop tags for EndNote to make it easier for everyone to save their references in a way that's easy to find and to use. And we will hold regular trainings, including in how to use EndNote, SharePoint, our regs, our differences between our framework and the regular risk assessment framework, things like that. So this was the initial process map focusing just on the first two phases, the chemical and the product scoping. That's what it looked like before, and this is the updated one. So we've combined the two phases, chemical and product scoping. We basically cut it down from 24 steps to 11 steps. And we've eliminated 2 formal decision-making steps by doing that. We've also added the very first white box there, that is that meeting between management and staff at the very start of the process to align our policies and directions and priorities. And you see there's 2 green boxes up at the top. So that is before our process. That's in the priority product work plan development phase, because we realize that our process is impacted by what comes before, right, the priority product work plan phase. And that's when we want to reach out to our stakeholders. That's when we want to ask for chemical product nominations. And those 2 steps are not going to add any extra time because they're going to happen concurrent with the comment period for the work plan. So they won't add any extra time. And if we don't get any nominations, that's okay. But, we want to leave that opportunity for that. This was the initial process map for public engagement, and here is the new one. We've cut it down from 37 to 30 steps, which doesn't sound as big, but we did eliminate the really long one, the internal summary report, the 150 days one. We also managed to combine a couple steps that are value added. We managed to combine them by streamlining the template. And same thing with the profile writing. This was the initial one. This is the final one. We've cut it down by 5 steps. And again, some of those got combined just through streamlining the template. So the template now is going to help us more smoothly flow from beginning towards our end product, the priority product profile. So with all these improvements, we believe that we'll be able to take the scoping phase from what is now about 15 months to 4 months, the public engagement from 9 months to 4 months. Now that we've done things once, we know how to do it more efficiently the second time around. And the profile writing from about 20 months. Actually, we don't even know how long it's going to take now because we're in the middle of it, but we estimate about 20 months, cut it down to 10. So that's going to bring us to 1.5 years, which is different from the 1 year on my initial slide, but that's because, of course, we have to allot time for things like public engagement. We have to give probably 1.5 months for 2 rounds of feedback on documents that we release. And also there's the external peer review process, which can take however many months it takes. We have no control over that. So that's why we aim for our internal work to be within a year, but the external things that we cannot control may make it longer.
Public engagement's limited just like any other regulation. Is that correct? Like the 60 days and...
Yeah, we've had 45 days.
So
60
we
days.
have a lot of pre-regulation public engagement, and that's not limited. So, for instance, when we publish our work plan, that's not a regulatory document.
Okay.
But we do have workshops and do a lot of outreach.
So you're mirroring it, but you're not required to follow the process.
We are required to have one pre-regulation workshop. So we are required to do that, but the timeline for that, none of that is called out in regulation.
Okay, thank you.
So as you see, going from 3.5 years to 1.5 year, it does seem like quite a lofty goal given the task that we have to go from that universe of chemicals and products to meaningful priority products. So it seems like something that we need to work really hard to try to achieve. But like a wise old man once said, do or do not, there is no try. So we will implement these improvements in the next work plan period. That's going to be our pilot phase. We're going to test all these things that we're proposing. So that's going to be sometime next year to control the implementation of these improvements. We will communicate with staff, we'll provide training, we'll update the instructions to the teams. But most importantly, we will solicit feedback and adjust as needed. We will maintain this spirit of continuous improvement that we've developed as a culture for our organization. And we will keep record of the actual time that we spend in each of these phases during scoping, preparing for workshops, writing the technical document, and decision-making, because we believe that accurately tracking the time that we spend is going to keep showing us where are the opportunities for continuous improvement. So even though we haven't yet implemented all these, we've already experienced benefits across the program, not just within the chemical product evaluation team, but even in other parts of our program. The lessons learned that we've done and the Lean Six Sigma project has already given more of a sense of ownership over our work. We're basically creating the way we do the work, and it's improving work satisfaction. We are starting to make more effective and efficient use of resources. The more familiar we become with this process, the more we work at improving it. It's also giving us greater flexibility, which is really critical for a new program like ours that's doing pretty unique things. And it's become an inspiration for other processes that we're developing or that we're in the process of developing or planning to develop to incorporate these Lean Six Sigma principles of being waste conscious, breaking down silos, and being lean, so simplifying things. Our process is complex already, no need to make it more so, right? Stay as simple, straightforward as possible. And, you know, again, especially since it was something that is really, in a way, pioneering work. I mean, we do things that nobody has ever done before. So I always think of this metaphor that when you try to do something so unique where you don't have a record of others doing it before, it really matters how much you're able to self-reflect and to adapt as you gain more knowledge, as you become wiser and you learn from your past experiences. So I was really honored to be part of this project. I'm happy to have been given the opportunity. So this is my contact information. The team that has really done a lot of this work, unfortunately, I don't think, we have Minu over there, our market and economic analysis specialist, and Deanna Phelps, who's our hazardous substance engineer. The others are either overseas or they're in other meetings right now. But there were Christine Papagni and Daphne Molin. The first two here are senior environmental scientists. Lynn Goldman was the attorney, and Vivek Matrani is our staff toxicologist. So thank you, and if you have any more questions, please let me
Do you
know.
have any questions?
No.
I've got,
Not at this time, no, thank you.
I've got a couple. How diverse was the public engagement? I mean, was it mostly manufacturers, industry, or environmental labs? I mean,
Yeah, for instance, so I organized a workshop on polyfluoroalkyl and perfluoroalkyl substances, and we had speakers representing the chemical manufacturers, the product manufacturers. We had the carpet industry. We had the president of the Carpet and Rug Institute come and talk. We had representatives from furniture manufacturing companies come and talk. We also had representatives from 2 NGOs. We had representatives from 2 other government agencies, the CDC and the US EPA. And we had 2 representatives from academia. So we had a pretty balanced panel for our workshop, and the attendees were from all of these. There were consultants as well. We had lobbyists, of course. But yeah, I think all these areas of industry, academia, NGO, and government, other governments, they've all been present at our workshops. And I don't think the PFAS one was different than, the others had similar attendance.
The next one is, it's pretty obvious that you're paying a lot of attention to how long the different steps in the process take. And if we were going to recommend to DTSC that you measure that going forward, how would you account for the process evolving? Do you see a way to write something, a recommendation like that would include a way to say, well, this is no longer a good idea, let's quit measuring this, or does that make sense? Does my question make sense? In other words, to me, it seems like this process is, will continue to evolve and perhaps hopefully get more efficient. But if we're going to say to measure something, do you have any recommendations along that line about how to capture that evolution?
Well, we are planning to track the time that is going to take us for each of the phases of work, right? The scoping phase, the decision-making, the public engagement, the profile writing. So we are planning to keep track of that. That's actually part of the implementation of the Lean Six Sigma project. We have to track all these, even also to send them quarterly, I think, to the governor's office. That's part of the GOBIS program. So we will be keeping track.
And you see that going forward for the near future, or many years, or?
Well, our process takes many years, so yes, we will definitely a few rounds at least, yeah.
I think with this, with the novelty of a program such as this, it's really difficult to foresee what some of the measurable matrices will be and how fair it is to be able to judge what does not have any precedence in some ways. So I think that for us, we want to provide guidance that would be useful, recommendations that will be useful to both DTSC Executive Committee as well as to the Governor's Office. So I think this is something that we had discussed before. If we can come up with some concrete metrics that can be measurable, we recognize that it's going to be difficult for a program as young as your program. So I think that's where you're getting.
Well, I mean,
to,
maybe
right?
it's a bad idea to even ask you to do that. I mean, for us to, or to recommend that you do that, not ask you to do that. But and it would seem to me that some products would be more difficult than others, which would be hard to justify the skewing or what. I mean,
there are a lot of apples and oranges. Yes.
Yeah, so that's. Yeah, and I'll think about it, but I don't have any clarity on it today. But I really appreciate the presentation. Enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do want to mention that I agree with Dr. Williams that you have come a long way, that it is a learning process. And I think that the fact that you are evaluating it and recognizing which areas can actually be improved on is quite a task, and it's something that is appreciated, and that's, it's something that is difficult to do, but that the fact that you're doing it already, we applaud that effort.
And the next item under this agenda item is to go over the report on your program. So if we want to make sure it's factually accurate, and among other things, it's incomplete, but we'll just go over it paragraph by paragraph like we usually do.
Exactly. And I like to admit that I like this presentation. I was a little bit worried that it would be kind of somewhat mirroring the previous presentation that we had last time we convened. But I actually like this because it kind of gives us an update on where you have moved forward with after that introductory presentation. And it makes me really like the fact that now we have something concrete that is reported to us, and we see where you started and kind of where you're going. And the process itself, that explanation was very helpful to me personally, so I appreciate it.
Sorry to interrupt, panel members. I have a public comment which relates to this presentation. It's really small. So it is by Tim Shastek, American Chemistry Council, regarding streamlining priority product profiles. So he states, hello, on slide 20, there is a bullet point stating that DTSC will solicit chemical product nomination prior to scoping. How will DTSC solicit this type of input? Question mark. Will nominations be posted on the CalSafer website, or is this more of an informal process? Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. I mean, I'm looking for my copy of the report right now to begin to go. No, the safer, our next report, the Safer Consumer Product Report.
This one?
Yes.
You can have it because I have one. I've already made a copy of it already for myself.
Okay. So at this point, we'll probably bore everybody in the audience unless we can bring this up on the screen, Mike. I don't know if we can.
We could probably bring the PDF copy of it, and that would be kind of a nice idea. I like that idea as we go through it to have it maybe on the screens.
What are we trying to bring up?
Our 8 report.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay. I believe it's already posted, so we'd be just bringing that up.
This is not the complete report, so we don't intend, we just want to take it at first blush, if you will. This will be our first run through, so we don't have to be quite as detailed as we normally are, because we're going to discuss it again.
And have you been working with Larry on this report?
No.
Are you the lead on it?
This is all Larry's work.
Oh, okay. So Larry, who is going to be working with you on this last report? Which one of the panel members?
Pierre Krakoff.
Okay, okay. And has he guided you at all, or this is just basically the draft that you've prepared for us?
No, I ran it by him, and we talked about it, and yeah.
So we can discuss it now amongst us. Okay, perfect. Okay, one comment I had just from the introduction, just a general comment that I wanted to voice is you talk a lot about the historical aspects of green chemistry. And you have that, I think, more under the source reduction and consumer products summary. But it seems to be more of a historical summary rather than what is being done now. Correct? Or am I?
Well, it does take a historical approach. I think because both, it just seemed like it made sense to approach it that way because it just seemed like the consumer products program and the source reduction program evolved quite a bit over time, and it's really hard to talk about it without giving the background. So it just the term it just seemed like the right way to approach it in this case. But yeah, it is more of a historical approach than some of the past reports.
But you're outlining stuff that's still in statute.
Well, in some cases, yes. In some cases, no. Okay. In some cases, there have been, things have been amended out of statutes too along the way.
Yeah. My concern was it is quite long. It is detailed, which shows that you really did your homework and you wrote a very thorough report on it. But in terms of something that we're submitting to the governor's office, do we really want to have it as detailed as it is now?
We can cut back on it. I found it a challenge to, we've got really two different topics here: source reduction and consumer products, and to try to weave them together and make sense of, and there are connections between them, and and the terms have changed, or we've gone from source reduction to pollution prevention, and it just it's really hard to do that without, it's really hard to talk about the program to folks who may not know a lot about the program without providing some detail, but perhaps it can be cut way back.
Well, I personally liked it. I never, when I saw 12.
I liked it too. The only thing that I'm worried about is that it is quite long and it takes a while before you get to the meat or the substance of the report itself. So I just don't want it to detract from that. That's my only concern. I think it's very well written and I like the historical perspective, but it is quite long. And I don't know, in terms of the government report, the reports of the governor, I don't know how, we really don't want them to go through a lot of text before they get to the really important substantive material. That was one of my concerns. And I may be the only one who saw that, maybe. Because I thought it was very, very well written, and it did give a good historical perspective as to how these laws came into being. But then it took a while to get to our recommendations and basically what the program is today in some ways. One other questions I have on page 2, what is meant by 12 long tons?
Mike asked the same question when I asked him to proof it. I believe there's another way to express that. I think it would be 12,000 kilograms, but let me check. I can.
No problem. I wasn't sure.
There's another way to describe that phrase.
Fine. That's fine.
That might, if that's correct, I don't recall what the term long tons means either. But that's how I remember, 1,000 kilograms a month makes you a large quantity generator under the regulations. So that's would be more consistent with the current regs. I don't know if it said that, but you must have found 12 long tons in legislation.
Oh yeah, it's correct, but there is another way to describe the same thing, and I'll be happy to use that. I believe it's 12,000 kilograms, but perhaps somebody would like to correct me.
Carl might know. But at any rate, I think the history thing we ought to do, because we're planning on talking about it again. We're not deciding on the final report today.
No.
So that
There's a lot to this. I mean, in addition to pollution prevention and green chemistry, you've got all these other articles too. These I referred to them as a hodgepodge at one point, but and there's a lot of moving parts, and they're part of this too, and so you end up having a report that maybe is longer than you like, trying to work all of that in, but.
Well, I think it's valuable.
It was a struggle to try to figure out how to.
I think it's valuable that it illustrates that. And I'm going to go ahead and blame it on the legislature. Yeah, they'd come up with a new program every year. It seems like it's inconsistent. It was trouble for me to keep up at my level about what's going on here, and before they could implement one program, a new one was, required. And I think that could help describe a problem about how let's just leave it well enough alone for a while and let DTSC implement something.
But at the
Here's
same
another
time,
problem that I had. For example, the IRP says in its work plan that you wanted to cover consumer products, not the Safer Consumer Products Program. So that was a lot of these other metal-containing jewelry. That's a consumer product. So if the panel had limited the scope of this report to the Safer Consumer Products Program, we would have zeroed more in on that. But you didn't. It was consumer products. So I felt a need to deal with all this other stuff too. So anyway.
I think this area is a little bit of a moving target, and I think that's why there is a lot of shifting of the laws and regulations also. But unless it's directly related to the recommendations that we're making, I don't know how detailed we want to really get into here. Personally, I think if it's really not directly linked to where we're going in our recommendation, then maybe we should keep it as like an appendix, so that if just put a paragraph in and say, for more detail, please refer to Appendix 1 of this report, and then put all the historical perspective in there. And that way we are shifting focus on this kind of historical perspective of this area, and really moving more into the meat of the report, which is basically where we are at now and what the needs are pertaining to that, to kind of the immediate needs.
That may not be a bad idea, but keep in mind, I didn't know where the panel was going with the recommendations.
Of course.
And I think it's worthwhile to highlight this, the children's jewelry stuff. I think that's an important program. And we don't address it anyplace else. I don't, I'm not sure that we want to shift it to an appendix, but your point's well taken. Why don't we just table this for future discussion, and we can give it some thought and review it.
Sure. On page 4, there is the paragraph, the third paragraph that you have in here. It starts with the pollution prevention and green technology page. That's the one. Okay, and you mentioned some of the problems with this basically site that you went in. You mentioned that you dialed it and there was no one who answered it, there was a link to a section that said inactive content. So I think it's important to kind of address and put a recommendation for that. If we're going to talk about this, it's important for it to link to what our recommendations are. So are we going to make a recommendation to update or delete this information, or otherwise fix it? Is it still a viable website, or is it kind of remnant of a previous program? And how often is it still being referred to or is being used? So I think if we're going to address that, we need to kind of have a resolution for it in our suggestions.
Well, why don't we make a recommendation?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that right now. Larry, when you went on that site, does this seem like still a viable site, or is it kind of a remnant of a different program?
Well, I don't think
that is no longer maybe even in existence.
I think you could either write the recommendation to either update it or eliminate it.
Okay. So,
some of this stuff is still in statute, but on the other hand, we were told that the pollution prevention has been de-emphasized. It's not. There's no pollution prevention branch that I know of, so that it's in statute. Various staff members are managing portions of the program, but I guess I felt that. Unless you knew that, you would get the impression going to the website that there is still, at least I did initially, you'd get the impression that there's still this program. And I thought that
maybe just to have a recommendation for DTSC to clarify the need for this information, because if there is a need, and they're viable programs that are using that, then there needs to be some updating.
Well, I'd just say,
delete,
fix
update.
just update it or eliminate it.
I mean, I think it would be a good idea to get
we got a
DTSC's
comment.
take on this too. Perfect. I mean, maybe this is unjustified. I don't know. I mean, that.
Okay, well.
How they see the website.
Sure.
Larry, sorry, the voice from beyond. I think you put your finger on it, that there is some relevant information, but as the organization has evolved, the web content hasn't. So that's not just true for this program, it's actually true for the larger department. So the department is looking at the website overall and coming up with a strategy to modernize it, to revise the content. So we recognize the need to go through the content and make sure that it's relevant. Dead pages are always a problem. If you get the 404 error, it's something we need to fix sooner rather than later. But the challenge is there is a lot of very useful information up there. Mm-hmm. But taking the time and expending the resources to go through and sort the wheat from the chaff is more than we've been willing to sign up for.
Okay.
So, but I think the department will be doing that. I don't know the time frame.
No problem. We can then maybe just put a recommendation just to remind the department to update the information on the site. And I think that would capture what the needs are. Does that sound good? To update the information that is, let's put that as a DTSC recommendation. Because unfortunately, sometimes when an individual from the public might go into a site and get into something like that where it's inactive content, then they're like, oh, they're not doing their job and we are not getting the information we need. So it's very important for communication with just basically different constituents and different stakeholders, that everything is to some degree up to date. And unfortunately, it takes a lot of time and effort, that's for sure.
Well, DTSC is far from the only organization without outdated web pages.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a struggle every place I've ever been.
It is. Yeah. But something that when I looked at it, I was like, it's important to update that information, because I could see how a stakeholder can go in to try to find something and get to an inactive content and get very frustrated easily. So we want to make sure that that is
Do we
taken
like
care of.
on skipping down to, I'm okay with the next paragraph, but in the next one below, maybe, do we want hodgepodge, which I think is an accurate word, but or do we want myriad or,
Yeah, that sounds good.
you would prefer that over hodgepodge? Okay.
Yes. But can we go back to just
Oh.
really quick, I'm sorry, just the paragraph, right up there, the last sentence in that paragraph in the middle. It says, a link takes the user to another page with detailed guidelines to help generators prepare the documents. I was wondering if that is still viable and how often it is used. Do we know?
Oh, I think it is.
Yeah. I
think
mean,
it's
the
a- I think it's
Coupas
a helpful
inspect
page.
everybody every year, or I mean, it's biennial, if that's the right word. Every 2 years, it's a requirement. And it's, when you've got a requirement, it's every 2 years, sometimes you forget how to do it. And so it's good to go in and review it.
Okay, so let me put it this way. So when we were talking about that site, were there some information that seems to be outdated or no longer available? Is this link part of that same
No, not
website
at
or
all.
no?
I thought
Okay,
it was a helpful, I didn't want to be negative about everything, and I thought this was still important.
So can we put a qualifier kind of like
Yeah,
that this link is up to date and it's currently used often?
Well, we
or
don't.
something like that. Or
I don't like the
currently
way
used.
it's written. I mean, it's simple. It's
Coming right after the previous paragraph, though, makes me kind of, when I read it, it made me think that this is another thing that needs to be updated. It doesn't seem like it is something that is already functional.
so that word
and is being
helpful
used.
doesn't imply functionality to you in the first
To
sentence.
help generators prepare?
No,
Oh. The pollution preventer has a helpful link to a page on the Act's requirement for generators. Maybe put a qualifier, kind of like helpful and functionally helpful at least, or has a helpful to, it was just, yeah, it just felt to me, that when I read the entire thing, I still was kind of wondering to helpful to who and what, I mean.
For generators. It's
requirement
helpful to
on the Act's
generators.
requirement.
You could put,
Oh, it's okay. Okay, I can see that. Fine, that's fine. That's fine.
I agree, it's necessary because it's, like I said, it's a once every 2 year requirement. You could fall in and out depending on the amount of waste you generate. So you need to review it, every 2 years, brush off the book and go to, figure out how to redo it or copy what you did 2 years before.
So maybe we should do a qualifier, kind of like, on the other hand, the pollution prevention and green technology page, because we're talking about some of the deficiencies. On the other hand, here is some of the good things about that.
Got it.
I understand it was probably pretty challenging for you to go through it. We're actually impressed.
I didn't hear you.
It was hard, I'm sure, for you to go through that web content. And if you'd like, we could help you understand what makes sense and what doesn't, and what, we can give you a little more context for what's functional and what should be functional and what's really not useful. If you want to
That'd be
work
great.
with
We
us,
could have
we can
a
work with you on
discussion
that.
about that and
Okay.
revise the draft.
And maybe help you revise the text if you want us to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That would be helpful for us too, because then it'll give us an idea of what kind of recommendation we need to write, because I think it's important, if there are factors in there that can be updated, but there are also very important factors, we need to highlight that as well. So just put like the qualifier, on the other hand, the pollution prevention and green technology, then that would have focused me to, okay, now we're moving away from. Does that make sense?
Right, got it.
Does that make sense, Mike?
Yeah, I think I'm fine.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. The next paragraph, we talked about replacing hodgepodge. with
Myriad, I think.
Myriad. And I agree with you, Mike. That's a good word.
Yeah.
The next paragraph over here, it no longer has a toxics in products branch. Do we want to put that toxic in products in quotations or no? Because I was a little bit confused when I was reading that sentence.
Which sentence?
The one that says, but DTSC no longer has a toxics in products branch. And I figured that may be a title of a branch.
Well, that whole paragraph is too vague, but
Yeah, I agree.
Larry can work that out in the meeting with the Safer Consumer Products branch. I mean, we don't really want to say, it's difficult to determine website which of these programs are actively enforced. I mean,
Well, there is a website page called Toxics in Products Branch, but I could not find on DTSC's organizational chart, Toxics in Products
that
Branch.
is another thing that needs to be rewritten or updated or something, but I think that discussion you're going to have with them would help for this paragraph.
Yeah.
I understand exactly what you're saying, but
I think it is a revolving target, and it seems like things are changing, and the websites are not changing as quickly as some of the actual things that are happening in DTSC. And so I think there is some confusion with that, and I think that's important to address. So I think it's good to meet and kind of iron that out, but we need to also have a recommendation, I think, that there needs to be some updating of the information on the sites.
I don't have a problem with that, but I don't think we need to, I mean, I think internal review can improve that.
Perfect. Okay.
I mean, the Kupel Forum, we used to spend a meeting a whole day every year trying to update our website, and we didn't succeed. You know?
I know, it's difficult. So the next paragraph, Larry, the last sentence on California's people, and you mean our environment instead of out?
Oh, it should be our, yeah.
Did you have any comments on that paragraph? No. Okay. Oh, the next paragraph, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actions that could be taken. Right here, yeah, we go down, it's 8 line. It's, and to specify actions that could, I think you mean be taken.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, just a tiny little grammatical.
Oh, thank you.
Nothing major. And I think today's presentation will help you in the bolded area that you had designated for us.
Right. Oh, yeah.
I think that would be, if you go down, Mike, to the next page, this area right here, up here, where there is kind of a placeholder to insert some text.
Right.
Yeah. And I think this is actually very important compared to like the historical perspective, this area where it kind of like spells out what is being done right now and what are some of the goals of the program. And I think this should be more of the meat of the document compared to all the historical perspective. That's why I was thinking like it takes a while, it takes 6 pages to get here. And so I was thinking if we put some of those material in kind of an appendix with just the historical perspectives of the program, then it will really allow us to focus on where the program is today and what the needs of the programs are
But
now.
we can't ignore the other requirements that exist in the law and are related to it. Just because we didn't have presentation on toxics and childhood jury or whatever it's called or whatever, doesn't mean that we ignore it, does it? I mean, maybe it does.
Well, let me put it this way, though. What are our recommendations regarding those? Are they going to be part of our recommendations? Because I think that if we are not addressing some of those regulations in our recommendations, of course we're aware of them. I'm sure that everyone's, we can, see, I don't want us to be so bogged down with just listing the historical aspects of all the regulations that it kind of like, I think personally, I think that the introduction should lead into it should be an introduction to our recommendations, not just a listing of basically where the laws and regulations came from. I like the historical perspective. I think it's important to kind of get you oriented, but as an appendix, I feel that if our recommendations really are not concerning those, then why are we listing those? Let me put it this way. What is the purpose of
I thought it was
us listing it
the
here?
purpose of it was to describe the entire program. I mean, in our other reports, we described the program, the entire program, and didn't necessarily have a recommendation to every paragraph.
In some ways, though, it led into our recommendations. Is this historical perspectives leading into our recommendations?
Well, I think so. I mean, to me, it's important, and we could make a the recommendation would be is that the legislature, you know, if they go forward, they consider, you know, we still have, what, 3 or 4 bills that are picking, not, instead of going through the safer consumer products, or picking on specific chemicals this year, I believe. 3 or 4, is that correct, Larry? And I remember one, the lead oxide, some oxide of some metal in tires. I can't remember, you know, and different things. And that's, you know, the recommendation would be to look at the breath and gas, and all you're doing is adding more and more complexity to the chapter 6.5 without taking a holistic approach. That would be the recommendation.
Then let's put that as a recommendation in the report, that there is a lot of complexity.
Well, somebody used the word whack-a-mole approach to early on. I don't think we would necessarily want to put that in a recommendation, but I don't remember where I heard or read that.
It was in the presentation.
Several presentations.
Presentation, maybe, yeah. But we want to craft a recommendation that the legislature avoid that and use a safer consumer products approach, programs approach.
Didn't we put a recommendation in our previous report that we just need to have someone go and streamline all the laws and regulations in general?
Well, that only applied to the chapter that deals with the site mitigation program.
6.8.
We
So
didn't
do we want to
address
reword that?
chapter 6.5, which is everything else.
So do we want to reword that and put something similar in this report, that some of these regulations also need to be consolidated, or the ones that are no longer really relevant need to be?
The statutes, not the regulations.
Statutes.
But,
Sorry.
I mean, I would, yeah, coming from the Coupa world, I'd like to see them include chapter 6.95, chapter 6.7, 6.75. Yeah, I mean, the whole health and safety code in this area is a big mess with overlapping and in some limited cases, literally mutually exclusive requirements. You can't do that. There's, you know, I once heard on, and the DTSC is working on this, but for like prescribed narcotics, the only solution is to put them in the casket with somebody. If they die, you can't dispose of them anyway legally because of I don't know, maybe that we've solved that, but literally in some cases, there's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done and reconciliation. I don't think that, quite frankly, I don't think the legislature's ever going to do that, but I mean.
Well, then let me put it back. Okay, so we understand there's a lot of complexity, a lot of maybe some confusion regarding these different statutes, and unless we are going to put something in our recommendation regarding that, I feel listing all of that may not be as
Well,
necessary.
no, the recommendation I was suggesting is that they use a safer consumer project approach and not do individual chemicals in legislation.
I agree with that.
And then that's
I agree with
simple
that.
going forward.
Okay, I agree with that.
Okay, yeah, not,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, another recommendation.
Yes.
On addressing legislative whack-a-mole, basically.
yeah, exactly.
You know, I guess this is not just about the Safer Consumer Products Program, because the IRP's work plan, you know, asked for, decided to submit recommendations on source reduction and consumer products. Well, source reduction has gone through an incredible amount of evolution. It's now a subset of pollution prevention. You've got the recent community protection, kind of a re-engagement on source reduction recently. I mean, yes, the most of the presentations were devoted to safer consumer products, but the whole evolution of source reduction, I mean, the fact that it came out of AB 2948 from 1986, I mean, to me, that's, the source reduction program didn't just appear out of nowhere years later. It really is a result of, I guess you could say, the failure of AB 2948 before the DTSC even existed. And to me, that was a way to, the DTSC submitted a report to the IRP late last year on the waste management plans. It was, the IRP had asked for something, and DTSC, kind of, gave us all the background information on the, AB 2948 from years ago.
Yeah.
And, actually, you mentioned cleaning up the statutes and all of that. That letter to the IRP did have a suggestion on a suggested recommendation on this very subject. So, you could even, I don't think the IRP ever discussed that letter from DTSC, and you could even shoehorn that if the IRP wanted to pursue that recommendation from DTSC, you could probably even shoehorn it in this report.
Was that recommendation to basically eliminate that section of the law?
No, it was, let's see, I might even have it here somewhere.
The requirement for the
See, to me,
hazard.
all this stuff ties together, and
It does,
and that's what I tried to show.
That's what I was going to mention too, Larry, is when I think of safer consumer products, I see it as very intertwined and related to source reduction. So I don't see those two as separate entities, kind of, because safer consumer products means you're going to have a reduction in the actual source. It just one follows the other. So in some ways, I feel like those two, that's why I think we decided to really look at source reduction and safer consumer products as one report. What is your feeling about that?
To me, they're two distinct categories. I mean, but related, but distinct categories. Source reduction could have nothing, it's simply using less of the stuff is another means of source reduction. How do you go about using less of it?
But that's usually because you are shifting to safer products, right?
Well, not necessarily. You might find a more efficient way of doing it where you use less of it.
Yeah, I guess, okay, I can see that. I can see, they're they can be independent, but to some degree they are pretty intertwined and related
I
as well.
agree with that, but I like Larry's idea of, I think if I recall that recommendation, of recapturing that. Can you just look it up later?
Yeah,
and
it's
put it-
posted
plug
on
it
our
in?
website, and I thought I had a hard copy
Yeah.
here somewhere, but
problem.
it was essentially, and maybe somebody could help us out, but it was basically something to the effect that appoint a task force to go over that whole section of the code and look at it and make some recommendations.
Yeah.
And the only reason I mention that is because, you brought up the idea of having a recommendation, another recommendation to sort out chapter 6.5.
And that makes a lot of sense here because I cannot imagine revisiting the hazardous waste management plans. I mean, basically the one for San Diego County probably took 10,000 hours of work, if not more. I mean, in everybody in the state, and it's just sitting on a shelf. I don't, but that provision in the statute still remains, and so I like that, including that recommendation in here.
Okay, I agree. It would be nice to have that.
I can find it. It's under, I know it is, I believe it's posted under, on the supporting documents page of the website. It's probably posted under in the permitting
I remember
section.
I remember the letter that you're talking
Yeah.
about, but let's just grab that and.
Yeah. And I guess if we were agreed upon moving some of the first few pages as an appendix on historical perspective, then I would say that the paragraph on safer consumer products, followed by since the redirecting of resources, that would be the introduction to our recommendations. Kind of more of it still has some historical perspective, but it's more recent, basically, in the past few years rather than since
So
the original
the
bill.
section on the paragraphs on the Safer Consumer Products Program would be the narrative. Just about everything else would be an appendix.
Well, that's hers. I'm the
That's
opposite.
what my
vote is leave it
recommendation
alone.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leave it as is my preference. But so we'll just wait till we get a third vote.
Because when I got to your paragraph on since the redirecting of resources to SCP, that's where I really started to feel that was relevant to our recommendations coming up. So that's my personal preference, but as I said, I'll go with the majority consensus. Sounds good?
Sounds good.
Perfect. And I think that flows very well. I had no further requirements recommendations until page 7. If we go to page 7, top of page 7. Generators to develop pollution prevention are not enforced. The state may need to consider mandatory waste reduction measures and technologies if they are found to be viable or found viable.
Oh, thank you.
Mike, do you have any recommendations on the previous paragraphs before we get to our recommendations to the governor?
No, I do not. I was pretty pleased with them. The only thing the second paragraph, that's a long parentheses, but according to the information DTSC provided about I like the paragraph. I like what it says. I just don't know that it needs to be in parents. I don't know. I'll
What
trust.
do you mean? Oh, where?
Page 6, second below the bold paragraph. But right there.
Oh.
According to the information provided to DTSC. That's all. That's a matter of style. That's all. Or punctuation. I'm not sure what's correct.
I think it's fine to be in parentheses.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think that's fine.
okay.
Okay. So shall we go ahead and tackle our recommendations, or should we, what would you like to do with this? Do you want to go through it with Gideon here, or do you think we could go
We can
ahead
take a
and?
first pass, again, a first pass to see what we can maybe work on.
Okay.
The first one's, my first pass, this is what I was talking about some today, is
Yeah.
that about future revenue sources.
My only concern with that was, as we reduce hazardous waste, then mitigation costs will also be reduced. So wouldn't that in itself balance the checkbooks
What do you
in some
mean by
ways?
mitigation
So,
costs?
because you're talking about decreased hazardous waste generation would mean that you get less revenue, and I figure it's regarding permitting, the revenue and fees.
No, it's regarding waste generation and their manifest fees and things like that. In other words, if I send off 500 pounds of asbestos, that's, I'm trying to think of a good example. A drum of sulfuric, 10,000 pounds of sulfuric acid waste. Then I have to pay a fee based on the quantity of the waste.
And the
Also
fee comes to DTSC, correct?
Yes. Well, it goes in the hazardous waste management account.
Okay.
And that's what was going to the fund balance today. That's why I'm struggling with the right way to word this. But as I talked to an industry group a couple of weeks ago, it says, was your generation going up? And they said, our generation going up, but our recycling, our generation's going down, the traditional waste, but our recycling of things like light bulbs and batteries and everything is going up. So, but I don't know how they count for that. But what I'm trying to say is if as they get source reduction or safer computer products,
right?
Those are consumer products, safer products in the industry, then the revenue that they are required to pay under the existing scheme is going to go down. And that revenue is what goes into DTSC's funds or program, a large part of the program.
Yes, but with that source reduction, some of the expenses of DTSC will also go down accordingly, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. As a matter of fact, they're not going to stop inspecting because of that. I mean, a lot of that revenue comes to DTSC, and the Coupas do all the work anyway. It goes for different programs, but the DTSC goes. It's certainly not going to stop the Superfund site business or the remediation cost. But I mean, I'm searching for. My short answer is no. I don't think you're going to see a corresponding decrease in
Expenses?
Yes.
Site mitigation expense. Over time, with source reduction, I think that site mitigation costs and just overall cost to the department would also decrease.
Well, okay, let's put it this way. The remediation or site mitigation, but it lags the decrease by 20 years. Yeah, I mean, they don't go hand in hand. It's not day to day. I mean, Exide was done in mostly 1920 to 1950, most of the stuff, and there was no hazardous waste.
I think it goes back to the budget presentation that we had today.
Right.
Further breakdown would really allow us to see exactly how much revenue is generated. This may be not as profound as we may think it is. You know what I mean? Just like the amount of fees that are given as revenue to the department may not be that substantial for it to be of concern. Unless we see that breakdown, we cannot really see whether or not this revenue, loss of this revenue, would really make a huge impact or not. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I disagree.
Do you think that a substantive amount of the revenue that comes to the department comes from those fees?
I think they're going to have a big problem in 1 or 2 years from now, like the next budget year or the one after already. I mean, I think it's on top of us, and it's just going to get worse unless the legislature considers new problems. So that's my sense of the
Okay, we can keep it. Then I don't have any problem
Well,
with
I
the way
mean-
that you've really.
right there, the hazardous waste management account's 84 million of the,
Yeah,
expense.
but how much of that comes from the actual fees? that are-
All of it. I think they might put, I'm not sure where
don't
the
think so.
fines go into, which account they go into, the penalties, but, yeah, that's, I'd have to go back to.
Yeah, we need to go back and kind of look at some of those details because,
Well, okay, but I'm just saying, this is my first blush at, try to get this in here.
yeah, and
I think-
actually, if it is basically a substantive amount, then you're right. There is a reason for concern. But then if there is truly something that you foresee causing a decrease in the budget substantially, that will not be readjusted, I say let's just leave it as is. And we can discuss it again in some more detail.
Well, yeah, and I might be able to refine it and think about it better ways, which is trying to see where I'm going. DTSC made a significant effort in 2013 to fix this problem, and it didn't happen. And they, they're still working on it, but it's, I think it's a significant, actually short-term problem.
That's probably, yeah, I was looking more in long term, that long term it would actually benefit the department because they would have less reasons for remediation and everything. But on the short hand, you're right, that might cause a gap in funding that will need to be adjusted for.
Okay,
And then now with your explanation, it makes more sense to me.
okay, well, I'll figure out, see if I can write it better. Larry, if you got any ideas too, I'd help. Number two, Koopas have the authority to inspect and require mandatory waste reduction plans be implemented, but there's no penalties associated with it.
Coupa should have authority to inspect and require mandatory waste reduction plans be implemented.
Yeah, they've got that authority, and they do it, but there's no penalties associated with the businesses not doing it.
So how should we?
There's penalties associated with not having it. There's no penalties associated with not implementing it.
So how should we word that? Coupas should have,
Well, it shouldn't just be limited to Koopas. DTSC inspects people too. It should just be,
and in this case, Coupa,
Koopas cover a much larger portion of the universe than DTSC does.
and our recommendation should really be directed for DTSC, so.
Yeah, and it should be, you don't even need to put the agency, you should, they should investigate penalties for failure to implement required waste reduction plans. Right now, there's no penalties associated with not implementing it. You have to have it, and there's a penalty that can be associated with that.
Okay, so I guess this is, if you go down in the second line, it had something that may be linked to that. Maybe go down a little bit more. Yeah, there. Provide clear authority to DTSC regarding decision-making for the use of feasible or alternate chemical substitute replacement or toxic compound. Is that in some ways linked to what you're trying to put in, or no?
No, and I don't know where the number two came, where the coop is. I didn't write that.
Regarding decision-making for the use of feasible alternate. That, I think I may have put that in, right, Larry? Is that one of my
I can't remember who that came
recommendations?
from.
Yeah, but it basically is have legislature that provides more authority to DTSC regarding these different, basically regarding source reduction. And this is basically how I made it, to replace more toxic compounds in consumer products as source reduction in some ways. But maybe we can reword that to kind of capitulate what Mike is saying, that really provide more teeth to DTSC in some ways, provide clear, that's what I meant by clear authority to DTSC.
Well, it's complicated in that they've got authority to make sure that they've got the plans. It's the implementation part, which actually collecting evidence to the way the whole program's based, it's their decision on whether it makes sense or not. So trying to say, well, you're not implementing it. If they made a recommendation that they do something and they don't implement it.
So let's consolidate that with what Mike is trying to say by saying, provide clear authority to DTSC to implement.
Well, it's not to implement. I'll rewrite it. I'll work on it.
But if it's not implementation, what is it that we're really,
To enforce it.
to enforce?
I mean,
Okay, we'll use that word then, to enforce
Yeah.
the use of alternate
To
products.
Well, no, it's
So
not all.
provide clear authority to DTSC.
It's waste, this is not, it has
To
nothing,
enforce.
this has nothing to do with safe consumer products.
See, like I say, I always just think that they're kind of interrelated, but that's fine.
Well, I mean, in
Resource
statute,
reduction, I understand where you're coming from too, that there can be technical advances that allow you to have waste reduction independent of consumer products. I understand that.
and that law's been in effect for probably 20 years. And that they've got to have, they've got to look at the waste streams, they've got to evaluate them to see if they can reduce them. And then they've got to do that every 2 years. But there's no real requirement, or if they say they need to reduce them, for them to implement it.
You already said Coupa should have, we need to take Coupas out because this,
Right.
our
Why don't you just let me-
requirements should be with DTSC.
Let me just rewrite that.
Okay. So Mike is gonna work on rewriting that and
Got
then
it.
we'll
I mean,
visit it again.
the reason it
Next
came up
meeting.
as Coupas, as Rich Browse in our previous meeting suggested Coupas, because Coupas inspect the majority of the facilities. But it's the same law and it applies to both agencies.
Yeah.
So, but I agree that DTSC, it's just, or maybe even, write it. The Coupas in almost all cases possess the exact same implementation and enforcement authority of the hazardous waste control laws that DTSC does.
But we are an independent review panel for DTSC, so
Right, yeah.
we need to just
No,
focus on
I
that.
get that, but I mean, by changing it for DTSC, you change it for the Coupas.
Exactly, so. Okay.
Fee to pay for SCP. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means, but let's go, so what is that? DTSC should publish plan and milestone for next step from pilot studies, that's fine. That's for DTSC recommendation, we can keep that as is and consolidate that. And then, I actually had a question about that too, you're right. Fee to pay for safer consumer products. There needs to be more clear criteria of where those fees are coming from and what they entail. I don't know who wrote that, but
It
maybe.
came from the chair.
Oh, okay, so maybe he can explain it to us
Yeah.
and expand on it.
Bring
our next
If you
meeting.
just have a question, we're not sure what he's got in mind there.
Yeah, I said need more clear criteria. But the other two I actually was fine with. But you mentioned that you don't, are you okay with number 2 over there? Provide clear authority to DTSC regarding decision-making for the use of feasible alternate chemical substitutions to replace more toxic compounds in consumer products. Are you okay with that?
I don't know exactly what that means, but it sounds okay.
Okay.
I mean, in relation to what part of the statute is, what's the gap there? I don't know.
I think that was part of the presentation that was given to us, that DTSC really has no clear authority. I think that was the UCLA law professor that gave a presentation, and that was something that I kind of put together based on that presentation, and that was something that came out from his recommendations after his presentation. And I agreed with his conclusion, actually, that there should be some clear authority for DTSC. Presently, there's none. Same thing as with what you were saying with the Coupas, that they should have some more enforcement authority in some ways. So maybe just put a qualifier there, provide clear enforcement authority to DTSC. Maybe authority is too vague. Provide clear enforcement authority.
On number 2?
On number 2. And then we can discuss it when Gideon is with us next time.
Yeah, I'd
But
have
we
to go
can-
back to what that's,
Yeah. So there was a actually clear suggestion made by a presenter last time.
yeah, that surprised me that I don't remember.
And then moving on, the last we have recommendation for DTSC to improve safer consumer products. Are you okay with number 1 and 2?
I don't know that 2 is necessary.
I think they're already doing that,
Yeah.
based on what we heard
Yeah,
today. Yeah, so we can take that out. Yep, that was part of the public presentation. So they're already doing that, yeah. I think today's presentation did clarify that. That was one of my suggestions. So we can take number 2 out. There's no necessity for it. Number 3, are you okay with that?
I mean, again, I think they're doing that.
Not presently. That was also something that came out from the talks
Okay, it doesn't
last
matter.
time. So
I
that's
mean,
why I put that in.
Is that the same as number 2 with the, of the recommendations to the governor and legislature? Is that, or is that different?
I think that would be a little bit different because that would be enforcement kind of authority. This one is more like guideline for the alternative analysis that is required by waste generators.
Okay.
And kind of, this is more aimed towards making it easier for them in some ways to know what DTSC requirements are.
and I think they told us today that they've basically done that, but number 3.
You think with alternative analysis process?
Yeah. With the guidance document, they use the term guidance documents for.
Oh, no, that was for the priority list formation. That was something different that they
Okay.
were talking about
Okay.
today.
Okay.
Number 4, what does that mean?
Oh, I think that's probably came from the chair too. I think he wanted to make sure that the safety consumer products, that there should be some evaluation of the program over time. DTS should evaluate in writing its compliance with its first plan. And I think today they kind of did that to some degree, but we can wait till
Yeah, I would
Gideon is here
insert
to discuss that.
probably priority products work plan instead of.
Work plan, exactly, yeah. And I think that today they gave us more of a presentation that described how they were providing those evaluations. But since Gideon wasn't here, he may have missed some of that. But we'll discuss it when he's here, because I do believe that the next 3 are probably his suggestions.
Well, for number 5, it should be, if we're going to do that, DTSC should have milestones and include some way to track source reduction for the products evaluated.
And I think DTSC should publish a timeline for each product it identifies. I think that's what they were doing today with the timeline that they provided. That they have streamlined it from
Well,
3.5
they're
years to about
clearly
1.5 years.
But 5, as my point is vague.
It is vague, but maybe we can have getting clarified for us.
Well, no, I just think after source reduction, and then we can, if he doesn't like it, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
DTSC should have milestones and metrics for the Safer Consumer Products program, including some way to track source reduction related to that process.
Okay.
Did you capture that, Larry?
No, I didn't.
for number 5, just after source reduction, it should be source reduction related to that product or process,
Oh, okay, got it.
and delete 6.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we're adding a recommendation there to update the website, or no?
Yes,
I had a note from the earlier discussion.
Yeah, for DTSC, yeah.
Yes, please. Let's put that in.
And we added one for the legislature to avoid the whack-a-mole approach, for lack of a better written one.
So maybe we should reword that, though, in a way that it would be, so for legislation, we did want to have also a recommendation that there should be some consolidation of the regulations, and some of that terminology can come from what we had proposed previously, maybe, for site mitigation, but we need to kind of word it so that it makes sense. There's a lot of,
We might be talking about 2 different things. I'm not sure what.
because weren't you talking about the fact that there's so many statutes? The
No,
statutes
I'm talking
are-
about going forward,
Okay,
that they should not introduce new chemicals. They should let the Safe Consumer Products program take into effect. In other words, there's at least 3 bills this year undermining the Safer Consumer Products program.
okay. So how would you want to address that in our recommendations?
To recommend to the legislature that instead of taking that approach, that they should just recommend that become part of DTS, appropriately recommend that become part of DTSC Safe Consumer Products program.
Okay, so in the governor and legislature recommendations, put one of our recommendations that the selection of products should be under the
Now,
consumer safety products rather than independently addressed in the legislature.
Yeah, they should not.
It should not be
There's good
independently.
language out here to copy on this too, that this has been discussed many times and there's good language, and Larry can just.
I think I
find it.
have,
Yeah.
I understand your
Yeah.
intent,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, I don't think we need to struggle with the language now, because it's been written about many times. That's one of the purposes of the Safer Community Consumer Products process is to prevent them from just writing a new law for every chemical or product that comes to effect. And they're still doing it.
Okay.
And so it's not prior legislation, it's going forward to please quit doing this.
Okay. Maybe you can work with Larry to go ahead and
That's
make
actually
that
easy. I
suggestion.
mean, it's got to be in the preamble. There's probably to legislation about that, but.
Recommended goals and performance metrics. I don't have any problem with either of those 2 suggestions. How about you?
Oh, me. I mean, that's not my, I mean, so the performance metric in number 1 is that the Safe Consumer Products program should conduct surveys to monitor the perception of various stakeholders as the success of the program?
That's the only thing that I could really think of at this point. I mean, it will take years before you see if you have measurable metrics like basically biological burden, reduction in biological burden. So the only thing I can think of is really to monitor how the perception of the stakeholders is. I mean, what else would you recommend?
I would not make that recommendation. I would just, I like the previous one about the amount. You know, to replace, you know, to measure the amount that's done, but.
What do you mean, the amount that, what is that?
Well, let me find the recommendation. Number 2 on the, no, that's not it. There was one about.
It says number 5 maybe is the one you think about. DTSC should have milestones and metrics for the SCP, including some way to track source reduction.
Yeah. And until I agree with you, but biomonitoring is good, but I don't think.
But that's so non-descriptive and so on. You're not really, you're just saying you should have matrices. Okay,
Well,
fine, but what are some of our suggestions regarding what kind of
I would say that, you know, that if I was going to change that, I'd just say you need to develop a plan to use, let's see, the most.
It's just so vague. It's just like, yes, of course we need matrices. We're just saying develop matrices. What kind of matrices?
Well, no, you're talking about number 5
give some
now?
suggestions, yeah. It's like DTSC should have milestones and matrices. Okay, but what are our suggestions regarding some possible matrices? You know what I mean? It just seems like it's too vague. It's
Well,
just
I mean-
not really giving them any direction. Or just saying you should have them. But then it's very difficult in a program like this to have
And it's
matrices.
they're going to come up with better ideas than we are about what the appropriate metrics are.
It's just such a young program that I feel it's very difficult for us to just say you should have matrices without offering anything.
Well, then they're clearly tracking the time right now. They described that today.
Regarding the selection of priority products, but not really regarding implementation per se.
Well, they're not there yet.
They're not there yet, exactly. So
You can't measure a time that hasn't arrived yet.
That's why I think the best way to really measure any kind of performance metrics is how the stakeholders view the program. Because if they feel the program is a waste of time versus it's actually effective and it's going somewhere, I think that tells us something productive. So I think subjective measurements are not necessarily a bad thing. Like even for us, our IRP survey is subjective, but it gives us some information that we can measure.
I'm fine, but why not lead in with the biomonitoring? It's mixing apples and oranges. Yeah.
Well, that is the best thing, but that won't happen until 20 years from now, probably.
Well,
At least
I'm
5
saying
years
if we're
from
going to
now.
say that, then we need to say that they should look to the future of how to develop a metrics for biomonitoring. That's one recommendation.
Okay, we could do that. That's fair. I agree with you. Maybe at the end of the sentence that this information will not be readily available and may take several years to assimilate, period. The department should come up with biomonitoring techniques.
No. It just should evaluate ways to
evaluate success of.
To use for future use of biomonitoring as a metric.
Okay. Should look at way, again, it seems, okay. Okay, that's fine.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. This information will not be readily available and may take several years to assimilate. The program should start planning biomonitoring.
To use biomonitoring as a.
Planning, plan to use
As
biomonitoring
as a metric.
as a metric. I agree.
Should plan to use biomonitoring?
As a metric.
Okay.
And let's keep that as one recommendation.
Period, and then lose the rest of that, right?
And then the rest of that, let's put as a second, maybe, topic.
I'm okay with that.
In the meantime, for immediate evaluation of the program, more subjective assessments can be conducted
Okay.
to monitor the perception of the various stakeholders. And that's more of an immediate measurement. Kind of like with the survey we did for IRP in some ways. Look at the stakeholders. And one of the biggest thing right now is public outreach for the priority lists. And I think that it's important to kind of see how the stakeholders perceive that process so that the department can go on and streamline it and make improvements based on those perceptions. We okay with that?
Yeah.
But I agree
Just-
with you, the two are kind of unrelated, and
Yeah.
one is more of a long-term sort of a goal. The second is more of a short-term kind of goal, and dividing those would be more appropriate. I agree with you on that one. Mike?
Yeah. I'm looking at number now 3. That came from Gideon.
Which one?
It's currently labeled number 2.
Oh, the branch should compile a list of short-term and long-term goals and periodically assess how many of these goals have been achieved. I think maybe that was Gideon.
I'm okay with leaving that alone for now.
Branch should compile a list of short-term and long-term goals and periodically assess how many of these goals have been achieved. We're okay with that? I'm okay with that.
Well, I mean, for now, yeah.
For now, yeah. And then the last point there, information requests. I think that's something that sounds like my writing. I like them long and detailed.
I mean,
We do need to get periodic reports on the activity of this branch. I think that would really help them as well as the IRP. Well, we're not going to.
yeah, that's what I mean. What's the point in that? I mean, does the legislature, let the legislature and stakeholders decide if they want them. Why should we, I mean, they just gave us a comprehensive one today and
I
some
know.
other presentations.
But it would be kind of nice to have those presentations over time to just see exactly where the program is going. I think that the stakeholders would like to have those.
It's a lot of work, and I'm not sure of the value added.
Periodic reports, well, they're already doing it for their own staff reports and everything. It's just putting it in a more summary kind of a presentation format. I think they're already doing the work.
Well,
They're already
then-
having the progress
Then,
reports.
then why bother with a recommendation? I mean, I thought we decided a long time, or 3 meetings ago, less was bet more.
I would imagine that these periodic reports would go to the executive committee, but why shouldn't they also be shared with the stakeholders? I would imagine that these periodic reports are made internally. They have to be, because you're basically sharing the progress with the executive branch of DTSC. why not also share it with the stakeholders at large? Why not have it a transparent process where you're having these reports that are already there, just shared with the stakeholders as well? I'm sure there are, I'm sure already from this work plan that was shared with us.
I'm okay with leaving that one as it is for
Yeah,
now.
you can discuss it in some more detail with Gideon also. But
Yeah.
I seriously think those reports
I
are
think-
already in existence. It's just a matter of sharing them with more individuals. What is your take on that, Larry?
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I said, I think those reports are already in existence because you do have to report to the executive branch of DTSC. So why not also share it with the stakeholders? Because I'm sure they would like to know about the progress of safer consumer products and source reduction as well.
Still a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, you're
And also,
posing-
we
Is
just,
it, in what way, though? In what way do you
Well,
say it's a lot of work?
Do you report on your academic progress to the public every quarter?
Yes, actually, when we have grants, you have to provide.
Well, that's for the grant, but that's a
Quarterly
condition
reports.
of the grant. Do you on everything else you do?
Excuse me?
Do you do it on everything else you do? Well, let me back up. Do those grant reports take a little
have
bit of
to.
time to write?
Yeah, but they solidify what you have been doing, and I think it's kind of a nice way to be transparent and show productivity and share it with the people who matter who are
If
funding
you
your
didn't
research.
have to do it, would you do it?
If I didn't have to do it, would I do it? Probably not, but that would be a shame because it actually forces me to really put everything, consolidate everything, and have it available. I think it's a good idea, but if you feel that it's too much work and it would be too
Well, in an industry greeting last week, I was asked this
and
question.
periodic reports. I mean, those could be a yearly report. It could
I
be.
was asked this question: why aren't you taking a more holistic approach to improving DTSC as opposed to just hitting them with one little recommendation after another? Why aren't you looking at the big picture instead of the trees in the forest? And I said, because we don't know how to give a big holistic recommendation to DTSC, and we're just taking what we hear in testimony. But
I think we are taking more holistic approach. I don't think we're doing things in silo per se. A lot of our recommendations are, for example, develop, like let's say today, we know that a budgetary shortcoming is gonna probably be imminent.
well, then why don't we write this recommendation for all of DTSC's program instead of safer consumer products? That's holistic. This is piecemeal. It's a branch. It's not even
I think we have, though. We have written similar things for each one of the enforcement and permitting. We have asked for certain matrices, and we have had a lot more information requests than just basically what are you up to now sort of a thing, like progress over
Well,
time.
I know, and I'm thinking,
This is a very, very minuscule
okay,
thing.
let's move on. Let's not belabor it now.
I mean, I know what you mean. I definitely know what
That's
you
why
mean.
we've got 3 pages of unanswered documents. I mean, because we're giving them,
Yeah.
DTSC's
Yeah.
spending
Yeah, yeah,
thousands of
yeah.
hours giving us information, and yet we continue to ask for more. Even, and particularly when we.
If you feel that's not helpful, I personally think they already have that information. They have that report. The only thing is just sharing it with us and sharing it with stakeholders. I really, really personally feel that those reports are already in existence. So I don't think it's asking for an additional task. It's just basically what they're reporting on their progress to the executive branch of the DTSC. That's really all we're asking for. We're not asking for any additional information, but we can keep it and discuss it in our next meeting, see if that's even necessary or not. I agree with you that we don't want to task DTSC with too many things that may not really have a holistic approach, and I completely agree with you that we really need to look at the big picture and just like what are the numbers of, for example, priority risk products that you evaluated this past 3 months. That I think you're right. That's like seriously, okay, I have to go and count everything. But just the general report, I don't think is asking too much. No, we're not asking for unrelated detail that would take a long time to generate. Okay, that last month we did 20 priority product screening, and I'm not asking for anything like that, just a very, very general report on the progress. And I don't think that's asking too much, personally, and I think it is looking at a holistic picture.
We've got, let's see,
Wow.
one,
I mean, that may
two,
just be my
three,
perspective on
4,
things.
7.
Personally, I would like to see what the progress is in a year, for instance.
10 pages of different reports that are usually, I don't know how many per page.
I agree. Sometimes we've gone into a little bit of an extreme
And I just
situation.
think,
I agree.
I think this is another one. This is just to a branch too. I mean, it's,
But the other ones were to a branch too. Enforcement is a branch. Permitting
no,
is
it's
a
bigger
branch.
than
A
enforcement.
division. Well,
Yeah, it's a level above a branch.
and we can discuss it with
Okay.
Gideon here and kind of get a different perspective too
Okay.
regarding that.
Okay,
And then we can decide if we want to take it out or if we want to keep it.
okay.
Fair
Question,
enough?
are we talking about reports to the IRP?
It's the last one, the last thing that is the information request to DTSC on the Safer
Yeah, but
Consumer Products Program.
the reports on the activity and progress are reports to the IRP? Or,
Just general updates on the progress of the division.
to the IRP? That's what I think is missing, is who are the reports to? Because we're only going to be around for,
Yeah, that's a big problem with it. I mean, I think the legislature
See, I would
should.
think that it should be something that should be provided to all stakeholders, not just IRP. We're not going to be around
Right.
for
Well,
the report.
eliminate IRP legislature and just put stakeholders.
Yeah.
okay. Two stakeholders will allow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean,
But periodic reports, then I kind of understand where Mike is coming from. What is the purpose then? The purpose to me was that it would allow the legislature a way to evaluate and see if additional resources are necessary for the division. Like if you recognize that the needs of the department, like on the report, they could say we need, for example, 3 more staff scientists to help us progress to the next step. Then it would allow the legislature to
but they
give
can't-
those resources. But if not,
They
then,
can't put that in a report.
yeah, well,
They've got to get approval from the governor's office. I mean, it's very complicated. They don't go, it's,
yeah, okay, then I
that would
know
be
what
called
you
a
mean.
BCP.
Then there's no need for it, really.
Yeah, there's other avenues I don't think there is.
Periodic reports on the activity and progress to stakeholders. But what would that achieve then?
What?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking of what you said. I'm saying periodic report, if we change it to periodic reports on the activity and progress to stakeholders for transparency's sake, is that why we're doing it? Or because quite honestly, now I don't see what the purpose of that would be. If we change, the way that that was my recommendation, and the way that I had planned it was that it would be a way for the external committees to really judge the program and decide what would be necessary, kind of like what we're doing with IRP right now. But if you are just providing a report, here's a report, and it goes to stakeholders, I don't see what would be the purpose of that. If there is really no external committee like us who would be evaluating and providing the necessary needs for the program, then you're right, there's no need to have that.
I don't think there is, but.
Yeah, because we're not going to be in existence, and if maybe the board can then decide whether or not they would want a report or something, the eventual board that right now there's a statute in place for a DTSC board.
Right.
Then they can decide whether or not something like that would be effective.
If that legislation gets passed and signed by the governor.
Exactly.
And it's in
Exactly.
appropriations right now, so.
Exactly. So yeah, let's take it out because there's really no point in it. We won't be in existence, and stakeholders may be just informative and transparent, but nothing else really.
Well, and I think, as you were saying, DTSC is pretty good about when they get something done, putting it on their webpage.
Yeah.
And that's the way it's done.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can just eliminate that then.
Okay, now the next one, decide when and how to submit the report. It's not, the statute did not require this report, but we're required to submit a quarterly report. And I'd have to pull up the work plan, but
Which item are we talking about?
it's just a subcategory under the, it actually comes from the, our last meeting, but I just wrote notes for.
At the last meeting, the IRP decided to kind of submit a placeholder report for the July report.
Yes.
And then because you didn't have enough meetings to really sufficiently review source reduction and consumer products. And so the IRP decided to submit a report on those two topics, either in the October 18th report, the next one that's due, or in a bonus report, in a non-statutorily required report before October, probably September or whenever. So that's kind of the big question. Which would you prefer to do?
Personally, I would prefer it for the October meeting, just because if we do an earlier one, I don't know what would be the meat of the next report that would be done. And the next one would come really before we even have a chance to really decide what would be the content of the report. So I would say let's just wait till October and just put this report and really work on it and draft it in a better format and send it in October. And that would give us ample time to really iron out some of the different questions that we have. We would have Gideon with us to have a different perspective, and kind of he can explain some of the recommendations that he coined in the report. And I just feel that it would be a more thorough report if we wait till the October deadline. What is your?
Yeah, I was just looking for the dates on a work plan. So.
We have one more progress report, and that is the October report, where the work plan, basically says we're going to be doing, that was supposed to be devoted to performance metrics. That's the last report, other than if the panel wants to submit an end-of-the-year annual report, you could do that before December 31st or before January 1st.
That's what I was hoping for, that the October would be dedicated to the Safer Consumer Products, and then we could go ahead and source reduction.
And is that date October 18th, or do we have some?
Right, that's the due date for the report. So
then in December, like after our last meeting, we can do a final progress report with
the metrics, performance metrics and all of that, evaluation of the metrics, right?
Because right now we really.
Okay, well, that only gives us two, okay. I mean, I tend to agree with you. I'm just trying to think ahead for the final report. That would only give us 2 meetings. Or maybe
But
3.
we can, during the October meeting and the September meeting, we can start to really discussing the different matrices and start the progress of what our final report will be. But it will give us some time to go ahead and put that report together. If we wait on this, we will have one more discussion in September. Then we can iron out everything and maybe send this earlier than the October deadline, but then really start focusing our attention on what we want our last report to be.
This will be the October 18th report.
This would be the October 18th report.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
That's how I wrote the draft, but I wasn't presuming anything. I just had to put something in there, so I treated it like it was the October report. But
Perfect. Yeah.
one final question. Are we finished with the recommendations?
At this point, yes, because we're going to discuss it again in September with Gideon.
One question about the recommendations. I know earlier in the meeting, in this discussion, talked about cleaning up Chapter 6.5 and putting that in the recommendations. Do you still want to do that too? Or no?
That would be a good one on the end of the year report.
Okay. Got it.
I mean, you know, like a summary of what we've learned over the past 2 years.
Okay. Well, the good thing about this, you all get a second crack at the draft. We don't usually have that luxury.
That's true.
And then the other, let's see. Game plan for, I'm going back to the stuff from our last meeting. Game plan for evaluating DTSC's progress in the coming months. I think what you described is pretty good. Yeah, we'll get, you want to go to those first, or?
Oh, well, no, these are some of the performance
I know,
matrices
but
that we
I
have. I'm just
said, do you
looking
want
at
to
those.
go to those first, or discuss just the bigger game plan?
No,
I
we
was
can
planning
do
on discussing those too.
Yeah. No, we can discuss the bigger game plan. Do we want to do that now, though, or do we want to wait till Gideon is here too before we do that?
Well, we're talking timing. I mean, you know, we're talking what's possible, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
and so I think as we learned today, we've got 4 more Lean Six Sigma's presentations coming in the October meeting. And we learned a lot today that they're evolving and changing. And so the metrics and everything would probably be related from what they learned from those processes.
Yeah.
And so we're really down to, you know, talking about it then definitely in October, but we've got November, and then we got to simultaneously be writing a report in December. I mean, you know, to publish, I think at our December meeting, we're going to have to approve the final report.
Yeah. So this is what I'm envisioning, is that September and October, we really need to discuss what we want in our final report. And November, we have to have a draft of that report so that we can go over it, and then maybe December finalize everything. And
Okay,
out
and we
that
can
report.
get that. That's, okay, we're on the same page there. Then let's look at those 3 tracking documents real quickly for now. I don't want to spend a lot of time on them till I want to get the next meetings, which we sort of are jumping ahead to, and that was my fault, not yours. You know, but I think we still need to go through this and make sure that they remain relevant and consistent. In other words, you know, if we need to combine, if we can combine them, if we can delete them, that sort of thing.
And I think that's something that we should do in our next meeting, because I think I agree with you 100% that we need to go through and make sure that the ones that we feel are relevant are there. But I think some of them we may feel are irrelevant after everything that we've learned, and we need to consolidate some of them. And this would be basically kind of a outline of what would go into our final report.
So it'd be okay, Council, for Larry to just tell Gideon that that's part of the assignment before the next meeting, right?
Well, I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be appropriate. Do you spot any potential issue?
Yeah, so that's a work assignment for the September meeting, is to go through these 3 and eliminate redundant ones or obsolete ones, and, you know, try to make them fewer and consistent. Okay.
And it would kind of be then what would draft our final report, because I think this is really what we wanted to do, is to find out exactly what matrices we're going to be using, and what would be the evaluate what would be the result of getting those
Yeah.
information.
And I
Do you
mean,
agree with that?
yes, I think personally, just to throw this out for you to think about, no other thing, is that our metrics should largely be what DTSC decides is important for them to measure. And then there was also that, I don't know if you remember, but a legislative analyst office of April 17th of this year asked some questions and has said, let's monitor this. And so I think it should be a combination of those two primarily. Because once we're gone. And if but the legislature, what they want to hear will live on, at least for a couple of years. And what DTSC thinks is important will live on until they change their mind and evolve.
Yeah, and I think it is to some degree an evolution. So we cannot just say measure this and this is what we got. Measure this. It's one of those things that cannot be set in stone because, like you mentioned, things change. You learn that this perhaps some of for myself, I think some of the matrices that we put in may have been inappropriate to some extent, and that's why we need to review them and change them accordingly. But when we started, we were kind of naive with the process itself. And I think this past year and a half, we've learned a lot ourselves. And some of the things that we asked for may be irrelevant. And so we need to go through and discuss that and take those out.
Okay. We've got 90 minutes remaining. What's the estimated time on a self-assessment survey?
Half an hour.
Okay.
But one piece of information for you on the metrics and all of that, coming from the conference call between Chair Krakoff and Chief Deputy Director Francesca Negri, we agreed that that DTSC would submit a report prior to the next meeting on where they are with respect to the recommendations for DTSC and the metrics. So I guess the reason I bring that up is because if we're going to be revamping the metrics in September, I'm not sure about the timing of
No,
that.
that makes sense. And you said prior to the September meeting?
Yeah, there would
Well,
be
that's
some
good.
sort of report on
We can look at their input to evaluate. Yeah, that'll be a very important piece to use in our evaluation of the three.
And then it's my understanding that they would submit something similar to that on the in response to the compilation of the BCP deliverables document, but that would be, I believe, in October. So that's
okay.
Yes, and so that's a separate document that would be done in October, but the department would give us.
Yeah, I believe that report would be in October. But what this would be, as I understand it, and Gabby chime in too, it would be kind of their response. How the also are the performance metrics, are they are they just recommended performance metrics, or are they more than, or are they a way for DTSC to report on their progress in the last year? Those types of questions hopefully will have DTSC's thoughts on that. Basically, how is the panel going to measure progress for the end of the year report? Also, Ms. Negri offered to provide additional performance metrics as well. So at that time, prior to your next meeting. So.
I mean, some of them are the same thing that they've been measuring for 20 years, and it's good to track progress on that. So, but
I agree with you, Mike, that I think for the final report, I don't want it to be granular. It should be more holistic also.
Well, agreed, yeah. Okay, so we've got 90 minutes left, a 30-minute, well, we got less than 90 minutes left now, a 30-minute presentation. What?
5-minute break?
Well, let me finish.
Sure, sorry.
I was getting to that, though. A 30-minute presentation, then we need to discuss future meetings. And I think, the meeting date for October is not set yet. So we need to discuss that. But then I think Mike said under the availability, so he'll probably know the answer to that. But and we can just discuss that. And I think we can do that in 90 minutes. And I'll even say, because our 5-minute breaks always turn to 10 minutes, let's reconvene. Let's adjourn and reconvene at 3:45.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the August 9th DTSC Independent Review Panel meeting. And I apologize for asking for public comment. And Don Kopek from the California Council of Economic and Environmental Balance would like to make some. So, Don, and thank you for coming and waiting and being so patient and making comments. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and panel members. Appreciate the opportunity and apologize that I wasn't here a short while ago during the discussion about the SCP recommendations in full. I had to step out for another meeting, so I appreciate the accommodation. Just wanted to touch on just a couple quick things in terms of the proposed recommendations. On page 7 of the proposed draft report under recommendations for the governor and legislature to improve safer consumer products program. And again, I guess I should just reiterate, Dawn Kepke with McHugh Kepke and Associates, who represent a number of interested stakeholders in this process, and here today on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, as the chair stated. So with regard to number 2, under recommendations for the governor and legislature to improve the safer consumer products program, specifically it says provide clear authority for DTSC regarding decision-making for the use of feasible alternate chemical substitutions to replace more toxic compounds in consumer products. Unfortunately, wasn't here for the specific conversation on that item, but just would kind of just raise a concern that without understanding the full intent of that, just to note that the regulations and the enacting statute provided for the opportunity not only just to replace a chemical of concern in a designated priority product, but also the option to even just, decrease the impacts associated with that. And I think that that should not be lost as part of consideration of any of these recommendations that might be put forward, such that the department does not have the authority to demand that a replacement be made, but they have the ability to recommend or to impose a regulatory response based on that alternative analysis and the findings of that. So I think we just need to be clear that in terms of providing authority to DTSC to actually require a chemical substitution or to require a manufacturer to make that chemical substitution may require additional legislative authority and goes against what the enacting statute and regulations were developed to allow for in instances where there may not be a safer alternative, to allow that manufacturer to kind of, make technical changes in the product or manufacturing process to reduce the exposure, what have you. And so we just want to make sure that that's understood by the panel, that there should be options, not just immediately moving to a chemical ban. And that may not have been the intent here. I just wasn't entirely sure kind of the background thought on that one.
I don't think it was, but Larry, can we maybe look at that and just make sure it's clear what our intention was?
And I'd be happy to
Okay.
follow up with some comments via email on these points as well. Thank you. Additionally, in that section on number 3, fee to pay for the Safer Consumer Products Program, certainly we understand and agree that in order to move forward with the program successfully, it does require resources. Just taking you back to the presentation I and my colleague John Ulrich from the Chemical Industry Council made to you in June, we talked about fees and fee authority and just the complications with playing that out. As we view it now, the department does have the ability to recover costs associated with reviewing alternatives analyses that are submitted by manufacturers relative to that specific product chemical listing. But one of the things that we shared with you in depth was our view that relative to the overarching program, that really needed to be considered as part of kind of an overall state-funded initiative, largely because those are process-oriented issues that touch everyone, and everyone in kind of the supply chain, consumer product manufacturers, and everyone. And so in order to implement a fee to touch all those different entities and to make that a fair and balanced fee would be really complicated, if even possible, to identify every single entity that should be paying a fee into that, that structure. So only just to say that that could be complicated, and I think that it needs to be viewed as, you know, the process overarching program and being able to fund the overarching program through the state versus those that are required to conduct AA alternatives analyses and implement regulatory responses. You know, the department has the authority to recoup costs for review of that. And also keeping in mind, as far as those manufacturers that would be conducting those alternatives analyses, they are plugging in their own resources in order to conduct those alternatives analyses. And in some cases, for some, you know, product chemical combinations, those could be very extremely costly in order to do that full scope assessment that's required under the regulations. So we just want to be mindful of tacking on an additional fee to individual manufacturers or supply chain entities, even if there was a way to structure that, is going to add yet another additional layer of cost to a very costly you know, set of requirements that they're going to have to go through for review under the AA provisions. And then finally, relative to the proposed recommendations on the final page, page 8, under recommendations for DTSC to improve the SCP program. Number 3, provide standards for the alternatives analysis process so there is consistency amongst the reports, and provide a DTSC decision-making criteria that is justifiable, rigorous, and supportable by data. So certainly we want decision-making to be based in sound science. That's why many in the business community supported the enacting legislation to move these decisions to the department. So certainly that is important. As far as providing standards relative to the AA process, so there's consistency among the reports, that may be challenging because each product chemical combination that has to go through an alternatives analysis review will have inevitably, you know, different considerations, and further, manufacturers may be looking at those considerations, their product, and what options they may have before them. They may look at them differently. So I think to really ask the department to set very specific standards and criteria that get to that consistency may be challenging and may kind of take away that ability for manufacturers to be innovative, think thoughtfully about, you know, ways to reduce that exposure if we're looking at it really in just a very consistent standard one set of criteria view. So I think we would just caution that for your consideration. And then if I may switch gears slightly to look forward as you start to think about your final report to the legislature and the governor. One thing that I've heard from many of my colleagues in the business community when we look at the various recommendations that the IRP has put forward, there are a lot of really great things that you've undertaken and suggested. I think some of the challenges that we've seen just in working on behalf of our clients in the legislature is at times there's a tendency when looking for various ideas for legislation to cherry pick ideas. And so I think it'd be really important from our perspective as you're looking at the progress DTSC's made, which I think many of us in the regulated community think progress is being made, and the department under Director Lee's leadership is doing quite well in pushing forward on a lot of these issues, just to take a look at all the recommendations you've made thus far, and to identify those that may not fit exactly what they're doing, but that they've made headway to get at the underlying issues that led to those recommendations, and be clear about maybe what recommendations may not be as relevant based on the progress that's been made, and reevaluate that so that the report is timely. The recommendations that either have been dispensed with and taken up and resolved, to be clear about that, but also what progress the department has made that is viewed very beneficially by the IRP. I know you guys have made, particularly in the last few meetings, some positive statements about some of the progress that's been made, and we just want to make sure that we're looking at it holistically as we move forward, and that any reforms moving forward really should be looked at in a holistic manner, not just an individual kind of one recommendation here, one there. We really think department's making progress, and so any additional recommendations should be viewed as really kind of a whole set of reforms as may be needed or not to move the department forward rather than piecemealing it. So for whatever that's worth, we'd appreciate that consideration as you look to the final report. Okay, thank you.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Appreciate it. And if you could give a written summary to Larry, that would help a lot, and we'd post it on the website, your comments too. So if you like. Thank you. So now moving to item 11, the presentation on the IRP self-assessment survey. While you're bringing it up, I want to say to my fellow panel member, it was her idea. I didn't think it was a good idea because I said, what are we going to do with it going forward? But in hindsight, I think it was a good idea. So I retract my objections.
Okay, well, the IRP decided to do a self-assessment survey back in the February meeting. Yes, it was panel member Campbell's idea. She also offered to take the lead on it. And so she and I put the questions together. We presented the questions to the IRP at the April and June meetings. At the June meeting, the IRP pared some of them down and approved the survey, basically. We sent the survey out on June 21st, closed it on July 20th. The typical time to fill it out was 4 minutes. We sent the survey to, and this was an IRP decision. We sent it to about 70 individuals on their contact list. We have an e-blast list with 216 people, and we also sent it to individuals who testified at IRP meetings, totaling about 121 people. And we were asked to put a button on the home page inviting anyone who wanted. Who stumbled across the page to fill out the survey. The contact list, we modified the contact list a little bit to add some committee consultants in the state legislature at the IRP's request at the last meeting. So anyway, that's who it went out to. There was an invitation. The invitation had a brief statement on what the IRP was. And it said the IRP was interested in their thoughts about its effectiveness to date. We said their responses could help the panel make adjustments to its work in the coming months. We said that their responses would be anonymous unless they provided us with their names and contact information. And even if they did that, we would not provide this. Their names would not be associated with any of the individual comments, nor would we share them with IRP, DTSC, or anyone else. So the survey was meant to go to people who had some experience with the IRP, who were they would, were clearly engaged with the IRP for the most part. We asked the survey participants to self-identify in more than in various categories: a DTSC employee, elected public official, you name it. They could check as many of those boxes as they wanted. Most picked just one. A few people picked two of them. As you can see, there's a high percentage of DTSC employees. We knew that would happen because the list of people who were invited to take that survey was heavy with DTSC employees because they had testified often at IRP meetings. And so that was, I think, predictable, and I think we mentioned that at the last IRP meeting that would be the case. Those who self-identified themselves were placed in one or more of three subgroups for analysis and comparisons. And you can see here what we did was, and again, you could have grouped them in other ways too, but we thought it made sense to find one group of basically DTSC employees. And then another group we called regulated industry, a very diverse group, but owners of regulated facilities, responsible parties, essentially, industry could be argued. And then the third group, essentially community people, representatives of community people and so forth. And, as you can see, the first group was the bigger group. And we grouped them on the theory that, maybe DTSC employees would see things differently than communities. Now, we only did the subgroup breakdowns for a few questions. There were questions 7, 8, and 9. And those questions the panel member Campbell especially wanted that. Those questions dealt with, did the IRP listen and show respect for the public at its meetings? Those types of questions. So we did breakdowns for those. And then what we thought were some of the bigger, more important questions, broader questions, questions 10, 23, 24, and 25, kind of the more, quote, important questions. We didn't do breakdowns for everything because, for one thing, this presentation would have gone on forever. So anyway, and we also divided the survey into really 4 sections. There was a section on meetings, a section on IRP communications, IRP reports, and then a final question which asked for questions, comments, and concerns. Each group of questions, began with a question, something like this one. How many meetings did you attend or view on the internet? And if a person responded none, then they didn't see any questions about meetings. They skipped the meetings to the next topic. And the reason for doing that is we didn't, if you haven't been to a meeting, probably, the information is not going to be that useful to the IRP. So it was done to, they wanted information from people who were exposed to the IRP. So this is the first question: how many meetings did you attend or view on the internet? Most people, they attended anywhere between 1 and 9 meetings on the average. Question number 2, how satisfied were you with the geographical location of the IRP meetings? Most people, I think, neither satisfied nor dissatisfied. Third question, how would you rate the scope and usefulness of the information presented at IRP meetings? They're the answers, generally good to very good. The meeting rules and process were clear. And there's the response, generally strong, really, I think, agreement, that the rules and process were clear. Meetings were efficiently run, same thing. The vast majority thought meetings were efficiently run. The IRP followed the agenda and stayed on topic at meetings, same thing, strong agreement, I think. The IRP demonstrated appropriate respect to the public and maintained a civil, non-threatening atmosphere at meetings. Also a very strong agreement. Now, that was the first one we did the breakdowns. The breakdowns were really done by my colleague, Mike Singh. He's better at Excel than I am. We couldn't figure out how to do this on the SurveyMonkey website. So Mike crunched the numbers on Excel when I was on vacation. And then also he did these great graphs out of Excel. But basically, there we've got the 3 groups, DTSC employees in blue, regulated industry in orange, and communities in gray. And, draw your own conclusions. It just seems to me like community people were maybe a little more critical of the IRP than the other 2 groups. The IRP seemed to listen to what people had to say at meetings and keep an open mind. That's again, I think pretty strong agreement. We did a breakdown on that. DTSC employees seem to me, anyway, a little more inclined to think that the IRP seemed to listen to what people had to say. Community folks may seem a little less inclined. The IRP properly received public comments and provided adequate time for them. There's the similar type of response, I think. These were all, process type questions, and I think the IRP got good grades. Here again, here's the breakdowns for question 9. Community and industry may be a little more positive than the community folks, but keep in mind there are not that many. The sample sizes are pretty small, so we have to be careful about any conclusions that we make. Question 10, overall, how would you rate the quality of IRP meetings? There's your answers. We did breakdowns there for question 10. Community people may be a little more critical. But again, we may be looking at the ramifications of just small sample sizes. Next group of questions had to do with IRP communications. Have you subscribed to the IRP list? The IRP's e-blast list. Some have, some haven't. If they answered no, they were not asked this question. Overall, how satisfied are you with the e-blast information? Those are the answers, how it fell. Have you read the minutes of any IRP meetings? 2/3 of them say yes. If they said no, they were not asked this question. How satisfied are you with the way minutes of IRP meetings adequately and clearly summarize meeting procedures? That's the answer. Next question, how often do you visit the IRP website? Most, monthly or quarterly, looks like. How well does the IRP website meet your needs? Kind of all over the place, I guess. Most people seem to think somewhat well to very well. Have you asked an IRP support staff member a question face-to-face, over the phone or in writing? If they answered yes, they were asked this question. How satisfied are you with staff response? So those are your answers. Next question, how many IRP reports to the governor and the legislature have you read? Yeah, most have read, at least some of them. If they answered that they'd read even one report, they were asked the following questions. The reports are clear and understandable. There's the answers. I guess most people agree, or at least neutral. The reports are accurate and factual. Most seem to agree. The reports are well organized, well structured, and flow well. Neutral to, agree, strongly agree. Nobody strongly disagrees. The IRP report recommendations seem appropriate and reasonable. Well, most people are in that neutral. Neither agree nor disagree. Most people, I guess, either neutral to strongly agree, but there's a significant number that disagree. We did a breakdown on that, and I don't know what conclusions you draw from that. I'm not sure, again, we're probably dealing with small sample size. It's kind of, I don't think, one group stands out as more charitable towards the IRP than the others, rather. Please rate the IRP recommendations to date. The top is they're much too timid. The bottom is, other than the don't knows, much too drastic. And then the middle one there is about right. So most, a lot of people said about right, not too strong, not too hot, not too cold. So anyway, but there's some think too weak, more too weak than too strong, I guess. And this same question with the breakdowns, I'm not sure if it shows much. Are they about right? Did the different groups see it differently? I don't think so, really. Overall, how satisfied are you with the IRP reports and recommendations? Pretty important question, overall question, and there is the answers. We did a breakdown there too. I'm not seeing really clear differences between the three groups, but the next question, question 26, was the one open-ended one on the survey, and do you have any questions, comments, or concerns? What we did was we pulled out their key phrases from all of the responses. We tried to, sometimes they write a paragraph, and we try to reduce it to just a few words. Only 23 respondents answered this question. In a few cases, they had more than one thought. If they had more than one thought, we treated them as two different answers. So some people got two answers. Normally, you like to use a bucketing technique with open-ended answers, but that couldn't be done in this case because there just weren't enough. Almost none could be recombined into. Just a few could really be combined into meaningful categories. So we listed all of them. So if everybody who answered that question got their comment summarized here, and we divided them up among several slides, mostly because we couldn't fit them all on one slide. But here we've got the positive comments about the IRP. Again, we're paraphrasing usually. Here are criticisms of the process, criticisms of the IRP process. Quite a few of them. We had a couple process suggestions. Again, how we grouped them was kind of arbitrary. It was mostly, just to get them all on slides so people could read them. Here, criticisms of IRP recommendations and/or suggestions for panel consideration. And finally, there were a few responses that we thought expressed questions and/or concerns about the future. And that's it. And, you know, we thought best not to draw any conclusions ourselves, but to leave that to the panel and stakeholders if they want to express their opinions.
Thank you. Any comments?
Yeah, I thought that this would be a good way for us to end our final report also, to do this assessment and kind of have some of the results of this assessment in our final report to the governor. I thought that would be necessary because it shows that we actually did try to evaluate our own panel to see how functional it was. What do you think?
I don't see how, without giving it any thought, I mean, no opportunity to think about it, how to make this concise and combine it where it's not too much. But, and this might be one where it's an appendix, you know? Yeah, I mean, there's a wealth of information on our website, and I assume that this is there today.
Yeah.
It's actually an interesting reference bank now. I look at the amount of work that DTSC put into it, and maybe we could do something, just refer them for the details of the report or the assessment, a link or whatever.
Yeah, I'll be more than happy to summarize something for our final report.
And just, yeah, and maybe a link for that, because you don't want to put the whole report.
No, but I think we can make some concise
and with the link, I think.
conclusions
Yeah.
with
Okay.
it. Okay.
Anything else? Any public comment on that, Mike?
No.
Okay, then we're to agenda item 12. My understanding is that, and I'm not sure who's going to give the presentation, but the idea was for someone or maybe a group of people from San Diego to give the IRP an idea of all the different agencies we collaborate with, how we do enforcement with of just really a variety of prosecutors and statewide cases that the Coupa Forum Board does, or the Coupa Forum does, I should say. But to just give you an idea of the cooperation, the DTSC is an important partner on many of those. And maybe Elise Rothschild, I'm not sure. I think it will be, given the presentation. We're going to get a presentation on a public engagement work plan. DTSC, I think we'll have a metrics report ready by the September meeting. Is that probably good? Yep, Gabby? Okay.
Right.
And then the Lean Six Sigma will be in October. And now with that in San Diego, we also planned on, what did we discuss on agenda item 10? We want to talk about the report again. We might need to approve the report at that time.
Yes.
And so that would, I think, would be a pretty full agenda.
Yes, and I think we also want to discuss some potential matrices during that presentation. So we were going to kind of maybe go through the different information requests that we've had, some of the matrices, and kind of decide which ones are appropriate or not. Are we going to do that during the September meeting as well, or is that going to be
Let's put that in
October?
there tentatively, Larry, and then we'll look at the amount of time we have and how long it's going to take. I don't know how long the public engagements workshop's going to take. I told the director of the Department of Environmental Health, which is the Coupa's part of, that 90 minutes would be the maximum for the San Diego-centric presentation. Metrics, we probably need an idea from DTSC. And well, Lean Six Sigma is in October. So I think we look at that, the meeting date of the October meeting, Mike, what's the date we can all attend?
As of right now, there's no exact date for October's meeting. So it seems like yourself, Arizu, and Matt, you guys are leaning towards 25th. And if Gideon's along on the board with it, then it seems like it'll be 25th of October. There's another reason, because the 25th was the only day I could get a room at Cal Center. Everything else is busy around here. So once I kind of pin down the exact date, then I can do my more research and see if I can find something better than Cal Center. But as of right now, if Gideon is on board, so it's going to be 25th.
So the meeting will be on October 25th.
But if Gideon is on board,
Tentatively for now?
tentatively, like it's not definite. So I just still need to get an answer from Gideon.
Okay, so you're waiting on that. He didn't provide you with dates already, or?
I was looking around to see if I can find. I was looking to find a auditorium or a room for all these 3 days, 4th, 18th, and 25th. By the time I got back to him, it was like a day or two ago, and he hasn't responded to my email. I'm pretty sure he will pretty soon. Okay. And as soon as he gets back to me, I will let you guys know right away.
That'll be perfect.
Yeah, because on the 18th, so we have 3 potential days. Is October 4th, 18th, and 25th. And Mike, with yourself, you cannot do it on the 18th. And for Matthew Goldman, he prefers if it's on 18th or 25th rather than 4th. So we are left with pretty much 25th, which if Gideon approves that, so that will be the day of the meeting. But as of right now, it's not final.
Okay.
I will update you guys ASAP when I do find out.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
And then it was suggested at the last meeting that we try to meet in Bakersfield one more time. I don't know how realistic that is, given we've got October here and November, December, and with the metrics and everything, we might be leaning, we might want to get as many DTSC staff engaged as we can. So I'm a little bit personally, I'm not sure that Bakersfield will work that well when we're trying to get this final report together and trying to fact check it, or fact check it. Just well, I guess that's a part of what we're doing to make sure it's accurate. And that's my concern with meeting in Bakersfield. We're just running out of time. But any comments? I think that was Gideon's preference, so I'd want him. I'm not ruling it out, but in this discussion, I'm thinking that that's going to be very difficult.
I have to agree with that, and the reason is because it will depend on our next 2 meetings, how much we accomplish in the September and October dates. But I'm worried that setting that up even for November or December, I would imagine that we cannot really know how far we are on our own task force before that date. And I'm afraid that then we'll have too much of a short notice before we can arrange anything for Bakersfield. So although I would love to go back again and allow the community there to interact with us, I just feel that because we need to do our final report and because we have it on our own plan, that we are going to go ahead and evaluate all these matrices and kind of have a final, in some ways, evaluation and see what has been done. I just think that's going to take a lot of time and effort, and I'm afraid that if we're not careful, we won't have a very strong final report. So I think we need to dedicate that November and December meetings to really focus on what the content of our final report is, and just to go ahead and draft and finalize that.
Yeah, I agree with focusing on that. I think it's the most important thing. If, like, let's say with Morgan Hills today, if they bring in a new issue, there's not a lot we can do with it in the December meeting. There's nothing we can do.
We can
with
do
it.
nothing.
Yeah, I
really,
mean, if it's an update, that's different, but they could do that by webcast. Ideally, though, before the December meeting, in the November meeting, so that we can get it included in the report if we think it's appropriate.
Exactly. So I'm just afraid that if we plan on any such meeting, it will detract from what we kind of have to focus on right now, which is that final report, making sure that it's strong and it's.
Any public comment on that, Mike?
No.
Okay. I'm thinking, at least for your planning purposes right now, assume that we're going to be meeting here, and unless Gideon really feels strongly otherwise and convinces us that that's not the best thing for the RFP to do, that I think we want to plan on getting here as Dr. Campbell says, to focus on our final report being the main mission of the last two meetings, if not last three. Yeah.
I do have a few questions about next month's meeting. So since we're meeting in San Diego, how do, because last time, when we had a meeting in greater LA area, DTSC Chatsworth office, they helped us a lot. They pretty much printed all the handouts for us even before we got there. So this time, how should we deal with this meeting material handouts? I just want to throw a question out there. You guys can think about it and see, do we need to take a lot of it, or should we only take just the agendas, or I was just wondering about it, so I'm just.
Typically, how many copies do you print of each document?
Yeah, over here, so 6 for panel members and staff, and about 25 for the public.
So about 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could ask, it's if we can get some support. I'm confident if you show up today. Well, that's Sunday though. That's another thing.
Yeah. If it was a weekday, then maybe DTSC office from San Diego could have helped us. They're gonna be closed on Saturday and Sunday, and then the Monday is the meeting. Yeah. So.
It probably is better though if we can have everything by Thursday or Friday to ask the DTSC San Diego office to provide that support. I mean, I've got a lot of just because of good friends and a good relationship with the County Department of Environmental Health, but I think it'd be better if DTSC provided the IRP with support. And it would be easy enough to ask them to do it. Jose Alfredo Rios, if he could do that, he's the supervisor there. If they could do that and maybe deliver it to County DEH on Friday.
Okay, I'll keep that.
Let's try that approach.
Okay.
If worse comes to worse, I can, if you send me everything, if it's appropriate, I can go ahead and print it for you from my work and bring it for you on Monday. Would that be appropriate or no?
Well, I mean, it would be. I think Alfredo, it's a good office if they've got the capability and time, and I suspect they'll be happy to support us. Let's try that first.
Okay.
That would be the most appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
And he's likely to attend the meeting. I mean, I don't know what, if he can. I'm not sure what his, he might be on vacation for all I know. But let's try that first. So it's it's Alfredo, I can't remember whether it's Jose Alfredo or Alfredo Jose, but it's Rios. And he's the supervisor of San Diego office.
Yeah, I'll talk to the DTSC staff. They will know. Well, I will surely look into it. That's a good option.
Okay.
Okay.
So, decide on local presentations. Am I missing anything, Larry or Mike?
I don't think so. For the benefit of the public and they should explain that what the Lean Six Sigma presentations are on. DTSC recently completed 5 of these to improve program efficiencies, and they wanted to show the IRP. And I guess they're in 5 different programs, and so the staff members from the 5 different programs would give the presentations. And we were informed of that last week, and we included one of the 5 because it was germane to the agenda, and so leaving the other 4 because there was no. We already had the agenda out, and they would not have been appropriate for. They wouldn't have fit under the agenda items. So, instead, they offered to do them in October. So
Yeah,
there would be four about 15-minute presentations.
I thought today's was both enlightening and encouraging, although I'll point out to my fellow panel member that once you do that, it still takes you a couple of years to really fully implement some of the things you learn. And so, it's a load. And that's the unfortunate thing of the timing with the IRP is we were in the middle of DTSC doing all of this. And so they're making a lot of progress, I think. But, you got to go through the planning and then the implementation is another step. And from my experience working for government, we don't move that fast, and DTSC is doing a good job they're not moving. It seems slowly to a lot of people, but and it is in some cases, but I think in general they're doing a good job of implementing this and going forward. So I look forward to those as the summary on that. So. Gabby, you got anything for us? So, with Dr. Campbell?
I'm just waiting to say I seconded.
So do I make a motion to adjourn the August 9th IRP meeting?
And I seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we're adjourned.